stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new. 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 Welcome
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth, and a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the people wherever you are connected to us from. This is Amrita Sharma welcoming you to another episode at Healing Our Earth. Today's episode is specially dedicated to a Global Ayurveda event for which we have various experts from various walks as well as from different parts of the globe. Before we talk about that and talk about the global health, let's start to talk about the global peace with a short mantra. I'll be taking up with Gayatri mantra as my affirmation. You can hold any affirmation of your choice. Om. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Shanti. Shanti, Shanti. Welcome. Today's event is specially dedicated to the Global Ayurveda Festival. Global Ayurveda Festival 2023. The event was organized at the prestigious Greenfield International Stadium at Trivandrum at God's own country, Kerala. The event was organized by the Center for Innovation in Science and Social Action in association with the Ministry of Ayush, Government of Kerala, and various people from Ayurveda fraternity representing different Ayurvedic associations, with an objective to shed light on the current challenges faced in the healthcare and to explore the potentials of Ayurveda. Various distinguished guests added glitters to the event of this occasion. We today are witnessing this grand success because of many people who have together made it a real success. So let's hear from them what they have to say about it. But before that, we have a glimpse from the Global Ayurveda Festival for you. Here we go. What a wonderful event of Global Ayurveda Festival 2023. And for that, we have loads of experts with us who have witnessed this episode, who have been the pillars of this event and witnessing this event as well. Let's call upon, I'd like to invite Dr. Vishnu Nampurti, who has been the organizing secretary of Global Ayurveda Festival, a great practitioner and a firm believer of Ayurveda. So let's hear from him about how successful it was and what are the takeaways from it. Global Namaste, Dr. Vishnu.
Hello. Hello.
Global Namaste to you, Dr.
Namaste.
Vishnu.
Namaste. Namaste. Am I audible?
Yes, you're very well audible, and many, many congratulations from all the family of Healing Our Earth and all the people around the globe for such a grand event and making it such a success.
Uh, Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I have to say thanks to you people. Actually, your enthusiasm, your especially Mr. Neil and Dr. Amrita, Dr. Ish, Dr. Shakuntala whoever enthusiastically participating. If you, I know your mind was here. And Ish ji, I have seen him here. Shakuntala also I have seen here. So see, overall, it was just because of you, the enthusiasm of all you people that made this event a successful one, rather than our efforts. Of course, our efforts are there. Uh, Not just mine. There a group of people who have tried for the last 6 months, almost day and night. They were working together to make this thing a success. See, I don't know how can I express all the pomp and furries that were here, and it was this all these 5 days. I don't know how it went. It was all in a see, all in a glance that have gone, and mostly say it is almost a festival of Ayurveda, and not just a festival of its kind. It's a festival. It was a festival of Ayurveda. Every day there were happenings, not just happenings. It was tightly packed with the happenings. That's the main thing. Almost 1,000 purpose, not 1,200 purpose were presented in the seminar session. 120 invited talks were there. Panel discussions were there, and academically, around 750 paper presentations were there. All were so every paper, every invited talk were superb. I can't express what it was. That much that much enthusiastic one were these papers and academic sessions. Apart from the academic session, there were happenings like B2B. B2B was one among the successful event of this Global Ayurveda Festival. This was inaugurated by uh, one Mr. Martin Imiji, who is from Nigeria. He's the head of complementary medicine there. And actually, if I am cutting his words, he told us, Ayurveda is for the world. Ayurveda is for the globe. Ayurveda is not for India. It is for the world, and you should bring it to other place also. And that was actually this was the message we tried to give from the global festival. The first day was marked by the presence of Ayush Minister Sarwan Sonawal and Ayush Secretary Rajesh Katach. The first day program was the morning itself, the inauguration of the Arogya Expo. This Arogya Expo was to be we can say it to be the largest ever Ayurveda exhibition done in world, because the exhibition space was around 2.5 lakhs square feet, not just thousand or anything like that. It was 2.5 to even the Ayush stall alone, Ayush government Ayush stall alone was 10,000 square feet. And the main sponsor stalls were like 10,000, 20,000 square feet. And so many stalls, sponsors, pavilions were there. And they were superb. You just in that picture, in that video, just two pavilions were shown. Only two pavilions were shown. Such around 50, 60 pavilions were there. And apart from that, an exhibition area was there, which consists of around 260 stalls. exhibition stalls. So such a huge exhibition was there. And apart from that, the first day this exhibition was inaugurated by Sarvanandan Sonawal. This program was presided by our chairman Sri Muralidharan, Minister for External Affairs, and welcome speech was done by Dr. Gigi Gangadharan, who is the vice working chairman of the Global Ayurveda Festival, and felicitations were done by Dr. Neelakantan Moose, Sri Devidas from AVP, Neelakantan Moose from Vaidyaratnam, and Sri Harindran Nair from Pankaja Kasturi, and myself gave the vote of thanks. And the next session was the opening inaugural session. It was at around 2:30. Before that, we have already started the academic sessions. Otherwise, it will be able to be finished completely. The inauguration was done by our honorable Vice President of India, Sri Vice President of India, and he came around 2:30 in the afternoon, and he came directly to the this conference hall itself from the airport. And it was he was very cordial with the people there, and he was very cordial. Even he brought a drum from the people who are doing this drum there, and he tried to play it with that also. And then the inauguration was done, and the Minister for Transport Kerala was also there, and Minister Muralidharan give the felicitation, give the presidential address, and it was inaugurated likewise. And then the second day, apart from the normal these academic sessions, there was one international cooperation conclave, which was attended by many people from inside and outside India, especially foreign delegates were participating in this. And one decision was taken: an international Ayurveda alliance will be formed in future as a part of this Global Ayurveda Festival. And third day, that B2B meet, which I have already told, was done. And apart from this B2B meet, the usual academic sessions were going on. And every day there was solidarity meet. Solidarity meet means solidarity to Ayurveda from different sectors of the community, like film stars, like politicians, all were coming and telling that Ayurveda, what Ayurveda to them. They were explaining what Ayurveda to them, for them, what they feel about Ayurveda, and how Ayurveda should flourish, and the need of Ayurveda. These things were explained in the solidarity meet. Every day evening there was solidarity meet, and afterwards, after the solidarity meet, every day until the first to fourth day, there were entertainment programs. These entertainment programs were classical dances, of course, some film songs, and all things were there. See, I didn't even got time to be there because of the other things, but it was going well there. Surya Krishnamurthy, he is very famous for this type of entertainment program, was organizing the thing. And B2B meet also went well. And that day evening, there was a dinner for invited people. And every day the food was served by a famous cook here, chef here. His name is Mr. Paradam. He is very famous for cooking for lots of people, Yuvajan also, etc. Like that type of big, big crowded places, he serves food, and festivals he serves food. He's very famous here. He was a cook chef there, and his food was also very good. Actually, sometimes there was because of see the lot more number of people. Sometimes food was in some place food was bit not up to be served completely for them. Okay, anyhow, the people around 6,500 delegates were there. And in the third day, which was a Sunday, not just delegates from other doctors who are not delegates, but from Kerala, they all attended the program. That day alone marked with around 9,000 people there. 9,000 people going around the place there. So that was the day. And every day, around 30 to 50,000 people were coming to laymen were coming to see the exhibition also. And of course, the media publicity was also very good. Every day there was coverage about the global festival, and especially the TV and other medias were very keen about the happenings there going on there, and so they were every day they were there, and they were also publicizing the event. So overall, to be said, it was a festival of Ayurveda. It was almost I can't say a complete success, but what we expected up to a level up to be expected is reached, I think.
That's so amazing and beautiful, in fact, and the way humbly you have explained everything. One day we could picturize everything. I can look at the faces of all the viewers who had been smiling at some things and imagining, wow, I think we missed it. We should have been a part of it, actually. And it's really nice the way it has been organized. And I would say it's definitely a success, and you will be getting the fruits of that success as well. And moving on to that note, we also have with us Professor E. Sharma, who is at Ayurveda chair at Mauritius, and he had been a part of Global Ayurveda Festival. And then we'll be taking up the comment from our founder and director Neil Kumar. So first, let me ask Professor E. Sharma, what are your thoughts and how was it about the festival?
Yeah, thank you very much, Amrita. And this was an unbelievable success. And I am so much obliged to Dr. Nambudiri, Dr. Gangadharan, all the organizers, Dr. Suresh Kumar P. The hospitality was wonderful. Everything was so well synchronized, and I really could not imagine this to be so huge. And I especially joined the international conclave, and I did present my talk regarding the a school curricula program what we introduced in Mauritius, and it was offered to all the international delegates if those can adapt it, those can this can be modified and applied with the local context. And I also happened to see the director Ayurveda from the state of Chhattisgarh. She was Miss Namrata Gandhi, who is an IAS, and she spoke to me at length, and she was like more than keen, and she immediately wants this to be taken up with the Chhattisgarh state curriculum for the primary schooling kids. I did happen to see Honorable Secretary Ayush, and I did tell him that because we were we met him as the team Mauritius, where Mr. Biju PV was with me and Dr. Radhakishan was with me. These two people were from Mauritius. and we requested the secretary, Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji, that we are planning one conference of this type in Mauritius in April, and he did give us a go ahead, and he did also mention that that will be the election time, but anyway we will try to have you just put your proposal to us, and we'll try to help it out in whatsoever manner possible. So we did speak to many people over there regarding the upcoming Mauritius conference in April third week, and there was a wonderful contact building. And I'm more than happy that the message could be passed on, that Ayurveda has to be adopted as early as possible. We cannot keep waiting to be taken ill before we seek any medical intervention or healthcare initiative, because prevention is no longer better than cure. Prevention is
I think we missed him out. Uh, yeah. So, Neil Kumar, what are your thoughts? And let's wish Dr. Vishnu about his success. And then we move over to Dr. Shantala as well. Over to you, Neil Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Thank you for hosting a fantastic episode. We always wanted to promote the Global Ayurveda Festival because it is, as Dr. Vishnu says, maybe the biggest festival. It wasn't just a conference, it was a festival. It was fun, it was educational, it was social, it was culture. So Vishnu, super, and congratulations to the whole team, including all the entourage who made it happen so well. The video is so good. We're going to play it more often. It has actually been now shared over the social media. You might have got your copy on your WhatsApp as well. It's gone wildfire everywhere. So we are very proud of you.
Actually, this is made for alone for this Global Namaste team.
Yes.
Wow, thank you so much.
And this is the
Thank
first
you
time
so
it's
much.
playing. This is the first time
Oh,
it's playing,
wow.
and afterwards we
Thank
will
you.
we will air it anyhow. So
And
Nice.
afterwards it
Thank
will be
you.
getting viral. Okay.
And Vishnu, the walkthrough was so beautiful, was the exact thing that we were missing. Now let the world know what they missed out on. And as
Yeah.
you said, although Ayurveda stems from India, and we are talking about several thousands of years back, Ayurveda is now a world heritage. It's part of the world. Everybody has got a right to a good health without having to go for allopathy and all this kind of medicine. So the trend set that you've created in Kerala should be all over the globe. As Ish Sharma said, professor who is part of our team here, as is Professor Shantala, who is here. Shortly she will be speaking. And we've got so many guests here from, we got Roberto from Brazil, we got Bhairav who was actually there in the GAF 2023, Germany, Ulrich, who has been following it, who couldn't make it, but I'm sure he loves to make it. There are so many people here. So a big congratulations. Now the world can own Ayurveda in every country, which is the mission of healing our earth. That we need to heal the earth slowly. So Vishnu, we will be in touch very regularly. Amrita, Professor Priyadarsani, Professor Sharma, so that we can flourish much better. So you can pat yourself on the back. We are very proud of you. And I want to know, Vishnu, while the festival was going on, did you feel the energy? Did you feel the cohesiveness and the aura that, yes, something is happening here?
Yeah, sure. And see, it was every day it was tightly packed and tightly. See, I even didn't notice what's happening to me, and in fact, and see, our Venu is also the organizing secretary of the program. He actually fell ill and he got dengue. But he also was not noticing he's going through the dengue because of the bomb there. And finally, anyhow, it was diagnosed, and he's now getting well now. Yeah, and see that much was the happenings there. We were not knowing what's going with us, and see the people which we know, people which we don't know, but they're knowing us well, were coming and telling us something about the festival and all this. Well, it was almost a wonderful days I've gone, I think. Uh,
Beautiful. We are very proud of you. And let's hear from Latvia, Professor Shantala, who is also part of
yeah,
Healing Korak. And
yeah.
she was there. She was leading one of these sectors, which was so beautiful. So please unmute yourself. And what a wonderful. And we are going to play this video every hour on the hour on this episode because people can go through the walkthrough, which was beautiful. Shantala ji, global namaste and welcome.
Global Namaste to everybody. And it was a wonderful festival indeed. And every program, every minute of it was so well organized. And we got the best speakers, the best people to come into, and everything was so organized that we were all very happy. The
It's brilliant.
program itself went off very well, and the food, Kerala food is simply marvelous. So we had best food and best festivities, and the people around. Why is it called God's own country? Was what I also felt. There was such a beautiful aura. So it was awesome. You could say it was something which nobody should miss. So I was so happy that I was invited, and I have been into Kerala. My whole career started because of being in Kerala. So it was a very good session for me too. Thank you so much for inviting me again so that I can speak about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Shantala ji. Stay on because we still want to know a bit more from you. Ish, you felt the energy. You had a chance to talk to Rajesh and other ministries and all the senior people, including Gigi, who is the working chairman, who will be coming shortly from now. And Vishnu was there, of course, because Vishnu was the conduit and connection to everybody. And we've also got our senior resident panelist here, Rajan Patankar, who is in Mumbai, who couldn't make it, but he was following it, and he, in fact, introduced few of the GAF people. Global Namaste, Rajan Bhai, how are you?
Fine, fine.
What
Very nice to
things would you like to give to...
very nice to hear from all of the participants. And it must be because Kerala and the people there, they are organizing so many conferences regularly and with a great success. So all the best to them. And I think so we should do much more better than them to show them that we are also with you and you should follow us. So how we can generate these things all over the world. And I think so Mauritius is the starting point and it's the best place. And our opening batsman, Ish Sharma ji, is like a Tendulkar. So he's hitting the ball all over the places. And he's including each and every person who is very near to him and who feels should be there in Mauritius also. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajan Bhai. Stay around. We'll require you a bit later. Amrita, you saw the video. You were actually supposed to be attending it, but due to your other commitments, what did you think? What did you think as you did the walkthrough?
Yeah, it was one of the very awesome festivals I've ever seen in Ayurveda, belonging to Ayurveda. It's one of the very good, successful things. And lighting it up at that level and especially promoting the B2B entrepreneurship as well as people, giving people an opportunity to know about Ayurveda, to know about what are the better perspectives of Ayurveda globally, how we can flourish it and how we can utilize it for our health was one of the partake things which I find, and especially the culture that is connected with it. India is known for its rich cultural heritage, and the Kerala's culture is well known globally. So, as Ma'am mentioned about the food, this was awesome, and so it's one of the best things which is there. Yeah, and
Okay, I think
Shantala Ma'am, I think
Shantala ji is trying to share some screen. Okay, if you could
yes.
maximize that, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Santalaji, you are actually sharing live in the show at the moment. Please go ahead and you can talk about it.
Kindly unmute yourself. Yes.
So, did I get my whole screen?
Yes, you are on the
Yes.
screen. You just brought it a bit earlier, but carry on. We can see it now. Go ahead and talk about it. Over.
Okay. So, global namaste to everybody. It would be my pleasure to be speaking about this. And I also see Professor Ulrich Berg is also here. Namaste to you, sir. And from somebody from Brazil has also joined us.
Yes,
So,
please go ahead and share. We've got at least 10 minutes before.
So I'll be speaking about antimicrobial, say no to antimicrobial resistance. Why Ayurveda can say no to antimicrobial resistance is what I'll be speaking about. Ayurveda solutions and why it should be from Ayurveda. Global antimicrobial resistance use surveillance system. It has been a big issue from 2015 and we have to wake up and start our work too. How do I remove this? Okay. So Uppsala Antibiotic Resistance Center is there. So it all goes blue to create awareness. To create awareness, why it should be minimized and why it should everybody should join so that awareness is created. Then we have because it is running out, time is running out, and antibiotics are causing a lot of death, like 5 million deaths and all this. The figures are very powerful, and what we need to do is follow rules and regulations of Ayurveda. Say no to antimicrobials. If we say no to antimicrobials, then what are we left with? Are we going to bring in new and better antibiotics, antimicrobials, or are we going to repurpose drugs? What are we going to do? Many thousands of years ago, Ayurveda was there alone, and we managed with Ayurveda alone. There were surgeries, there were all sorts of infections, and Ayurveda managed it. So it is possible to manage all infections with Ayurveda alone. It could be by adopting Ayurveda and yoga principles always. Personalized rasayana, dietary lifestyle habits, all this. So in Charaka Sushruta Vagbata, we find Rana Kovida, expert pathologist. And then Rana Kovida, Rana Gandhagna. So someone who can, just by seeing the smell of the Rana, can decide what is it. Desha, dosha, etc. You have Rana Kovida. Then you have what are the types of. So the diagnosis was so appropriate. Today we have molecular epidemiologists, immunopathologist, so many different types of pathologists. But Madhava Roga Nidana, which says Nidana Parivarjanam eva chikitsa. And then early diagnosis, early treatment, Anagata Bada Pratishedaniya Adhyaya means one who, even before disease could manifest, you need to start treating them. In the initial stages only, you need to start treating them. Then you can do away without antibiotics. So how does it manifest? How does it start? Prasangat Jatasam Sparshat, everybody knows this simple shloka, which is very popular, and it says how infections spread and what are all the conditions. We have a huge list of conditions which Ayurveda recognized as infectious conditions. So we have then we without speaking about the Nobel Prize of Fleming, on the day he received the Nobel Prize, he happened to say, AMR is his concern. Very soon we are going to become resistance. And what is microbiology? I will not be speaking about that because I presume that everybody here knows. But what I would be speaking about in 2, 3 lines would be, in Ayurveda, we say Gnana Chakshu, Tapas Chakshu. One who has got Gnana Chakshu and Tapas Chakshu by doing intense tapas and attaining perfection, their vision was supervision. So they knew all about microbes and all that, and they knew how to manage it. They have given the description of microbes, they have viruses, and they have managed how it needs to be taken care of. Here we also need to see why a lot of antimicrobial resistance happens, because of we are using it too much in agriculture, too much in veterinary. So that is all coming out as resistance. So it was one time then when we said antibiotics is supreme, reign of antibiotics. But today we have victory of microbes. Microbes have become resistant, and we want something different. And that is what Ayurveda has been speaking about. Ayurveda knew that it is a stage wherein AMR is going to uh, capture all of us. Sarve santu niramayaha. So microbes were very well known to Ayurveda. With it, there is no doubt, absolutely no doubt, to say that we in Ayurveda knew about microbes, and we knew how it should be managed. In Rigveda, from Rigveda to the later stages, we have microbiologists, Agastya, and then we have, sorry, uh, Trideva, Kanva, Jamadagni. These were the names of the microbiologists. Atharvaveda Veda, microbiologist. I have put the reference also. You could go and check it. Sunama, Durnama. So even in the Vedic time, they knew pathogenic and non-pathogenic microbes. And these were the surgeries being conducted, and the surgeries were conducted, and it was the surgical room or the hospital was dismantled. We didn't have permanent big hospitals, wherein today that is the major cause for spread of infections. Then we have a list of what are all the microbes, what are all, how it spreads and all that. Sushruta has given a lot of information as to how it should be combated. And here is what we have seen the uh, microbial structure, color, speed, everything exactly as described in Ayurveda. I was fortunate to see use Foldscope to see all this also. So it was a wonderful thing that our Honorable Prime Minister got this Foldscope back to India. It is a $1 microscope, and we all used it to show my students. I tried to teach my students about all this using this. Then this is the treatment as to how it can be taken care of. Here some simple cases that I have been treating from many years without any antibiotics. This is a Puyalasa, dacryocystitis, wherein the pus accumulates here and goes on becoming worse. So this was a case, and wherein we used leech application. Leech application has been known to Indians in Ayurveda since centuries, but today FDA has accepted it as a medical device, and it is given to a French company to give it as a patent to spread it across to the world. So, how to combat and all that is something. These are some more cases wherein we use only Ayurveda and no antibiotics. Then this was one more case, a recent case like last 2 years ago, wherein HRCT was conducted. It was 20 by 25, and he was prevented from admission. And after my treatment at his home, it was a consultation. Then it became 1625 to 25. So that was something which I'm very happy about, that Ayurveda could do this. But we used some Rasaushadhi and it was done. Pratishaya Kasa Shwasa Rajakshwa. We have a huge lot of medications which we use and have been getting very good results. Madhu, people think it's only for taste sometimes. People think it is for different experimental purposes, but most probably it is because antibacterial activity of honey against MRS is very well known. So, honey has been used extensively in Ayurveda. Then this is an antiviral condition wherein HBsAg case was here. So you have everything that I have put here has been published. If you just put my name and these conditions, you will get more details about how it has been. Nodular episcleritis, viral episcleritis, conjunctivitis. This is a fungal case, these three cases. So why I'm putting all this is, it is possible for Ayurveda alone. It need not be a combination of all other systems. Dinacharya, Rutucharya, Sadvrutta, Rasayana, Rasaushada. These are definitely going to come back, and it is need of the day for us to do it. So Rasayana. Then this is one more case. It is a very important case because it is there is high rate of infection, as you can see, and it was a herpes with COVID, and this is published by Aya journal. So you can see this. So we had, it is not just talking. I have managed these type of cases with Ayurveda alone, and it is possible for everybody. We need not think that we should do it in large scale, because large scale which will cause large problems. So this is one yagna. We had Rajiv Gandhi University providing grants for our yagnas. We took five types of yagnas: Vastu, Agnihotra, Dhanvantari, um, five types of yagnas, and we checked how it has effect on agriculture, on fungal, and what happens, the bacteria. It was an eye opener. It was very good, and I'm very happy Dr. Ulrich is here, and probably we can be doing more research in combination. These were some of the things that I have been using for eye cases, which is very well known, as you can see here. Then being healthy is the best solution. Then we can say no to antibiotics. Surya Namaskara, asanas, following all this definitely will make you so strong that you won't need any antibiotics. Antimicrobial resistance, it's a battle. It is an ongoing battle. So we have some known and some unknown herbs. Name, every house has a tulsi, and every village has a neem, and that is for with huge medicinal purposes, that these were introduced by our ancient people, and it is very good to see that. Then what's under our control and what is not under our control, we need to understand. Huge populations and overcrowding. How to manage this? Increased traveling, poor sanitation, ineffective infection, and then fake drugs, quality of drugs. All this we need to understand how to manage it. Then lack of education is something which we really need to take care of, because using antibiotics, misuse, inappropriate use is what is causing the antimicrobial resistance. Every person, every uh, nation has got rules and regulations, plans as to what should be done and how it should be controlled. Conclusions and new beginnings. It was many centuries ago that we knew that this is going to happen, and we did not have only antimicrobials. We had something very much promising. So at the end of the session, I am putting Hanuman, bringing the Ayurveda and yoga plus innovation and excellence. So this is what we are supposed to be doing. In my presentation in Kerala, it was well received, and I was very happy to be presenting it there because we know uh, Kerala people are very intelligent people and they can accept new things or strange things and anything and Ayurveda. So it was a very good presentation for me too. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and a patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shantala, ma'am. It was a very beautiful presentation, and the work you have done is also very remarkable. And it has added up the stars with the end thing which you have presented basically with the Hanumana and the Sanjeevani. So, a combination of yoga and Ayurveda, which points out to the holistic health and the power that India holds with the traditional wisdom as well as the traditional sense of the culture that it has. And now let's take our comments from, we have Ulrich Berg from Germany, who has been visiting a lot of conferences and full of wisdom to share with us his experiences and the talk. How did he felt Shantala ma'am's talk? Over to you, Ulrich. Global Namaste.
Okay, namaste. Good evening, everybody.
Good
I mean,
evening.
good evening. I'm in India, so here it's evening. In Europe, not yet. Yeah, a pity. I didn't know about this Kerala event, but also I was in some other conference at that time. I was in Chelsea, microbiologist conference. It is very interesting what Professor Chandala just said. The antimicrobial resistance, that's a big, big problem. And, you know, wherever you go, you talk to doctors, in hospitals especially, it's a big problem. And the numbers, you know, so many people, millions of people are dying every year. So something has to be done. And of course, first we have to stop these medicines and then antibiotics. And it's terrible that now even in our food we have a lot of antibiotics because the animals, they are fed with these antibiotics because they are kept in such a unhealthy environment. So only with antibiotics, you know, they can at least survive to some extent. Of course, not healthy. Now, one thing is, or actually two things. You know, Ayurveda has worked very well for many, many thousands of years. And now we have one situation which makes it a little bit more difficult, and that is the environmental pollution. The environmental pollution puts a lot of stress on all life, including human life, but also, of course, on plants and on animals. So that is something, and this means we have to put more effort to purify our environment. And this is, Professor Shantala mentioned that, Agnihotra. So that is something which is my focus, Agnihotra, sunrise, sunset every day. It's a very simple thing. Just one moment.
Okay, Amrita, I think we've got Gigi here, who is a working chairman actually of the GAF Festival. Ulrich, we'll come back to you, and Shantalaji, stay around. We will discuss to you because we want to know your experience in the GAF as well, because the audience are not all from Ayurveda. They actually are from integrated health as well. Ulrich, stay around. We'll come back to you. Let's go to the working chairman, who is Gigi, who is from GAF, while he's trying to settle his phone. Ulrich, you wanted to show us something? Go ahead. Unmute yourself, please.
Just I wanted to show you this little Agnihotra pyramid. In this pyramid, we perform Agnihotra everybody can easily perform at home. But okay, you go ahead and I will.
Well, it's beautiful. We want to know more about it. We're just going to go back to India now and go to Gigi, who is the working chair of the GAF for such a huge and a successful festival. And a global namaste to you, Gigi, and welcome. And earlier we showed the video, and a global namaste to you.
Namaste to all of you. I'm extremely happy to join you and share my joy with all of you post Global Ayurveda Fest. It was a huge success due to involvement of all the stakeholders. As normally people come for a day and go. Here so happened that people chose to stay all the 5 days, and this program was incredibly successful. I am happy to share my joy. Before I say something about GAF, this last episode that gives to GAF, I would like to listen from some of the participants what was the experience. That is more valuable than what I say about GAF. Some of you have already attended, some of you have not attended, but some those who have attended this program, I'll be grateful if you can say something about their experience.
Well, Gigi, one of them is one of our producers of the Ayurveda, Professor Ish Sharma from Mauritius. He is also part of Ayush projects over there. I think, yeah, he's there. Ish, what was your experience? What Gigi would like to know?
Yes, it was excellent. And I should especially be the most thankful to the ground team. Whenever we got to them for any smallest issue, unbelievably, when you have got 50,000 of footfall every day, will you believe my smallest problems were attended within minutes? It could be with my accommodation or transport, like thousands of people like me calling, oh, I require a transport, I've got a hotel problem. It was unbelievably quick and very, very professional. I cannot imagine such an efficient groundwork what Professor Gigi could ensure. So hats off to the GAF team. They were more than efficient. I should really be thankful. Thank you very much, Professor Gigi.
And Ish,
yes, Neil?
You've got more to share. Stay around. Let's go to one of the friends of Gigi. I think he was one of the guest speaker in Amsterdam. We've got Milind Jani. He's here from the UK. Milind, unmute yourself and say hello to Gigi.
Hello, Professor Gangadharanji. How are you? Namaskar.
Fine. Namaskar.
Yeah, you kindly were a chief speaker for us last year at our annual Ayurveda Day in Amsterdam.
Yes.
Alst, actually, with Premdani. It's always lovely to, I wish I could really hear more. And Namaskar, Shri Priyadarshini ji. We had a chat on the phone a year ago. So I hope that I can link up with you all. Just to give a brief about myself, I'm a retired urologist and then later on a GP, but I have been practicing Ayurvedic medicine as a holistic medicine with my wife, Dr. Asmita ji, who we introduced Ayurveda in this country in 1987. And my wife, Dr. Asmita ji, first started the Panchakarma clinic here in 87, and we promoted it for 10, 15 years. A lot of history I could talk about, but I'm very interested. The reason why I'm here is because it has been a passion for me, because I've believed in Ayurveda. I'm also very patriotic about Ayurveda. I've tried in many ways to try and put in a modern scientific medical involvement and perspective to encourage and bring credibility to the Ayurvedic practice that we do today. And, it's just so heartwarming. It's a great honor to listen to, such experienced and such magnificent Ayurvedic experts you all are. Just one thing we have failed in spite of our massive attempts here in the UK and Europe, one thing we have failed in is to convince the modern medical fraternity. We have increased the awareness so that now a lot of people know about Ayurveda in UK compared to 10, 15 years ago. Now, if I see a patient, the patient will say, oh, I'm taking ashwagandha, or I'm seeing an Ayurvedic practitioner themselves. Previously, they say, what is Ayurveda? So thanks to you all. And I think that now Ayurveda is the correct word, you're using the correct word, is a resurgence of Ayurveda. And because of the evidence base that people like Professor Shantala and Professor Gangadharan from his massive hospital, and a lot of you also, I don't know, and of course my very learned and dear friend Venkat Joshi, and I have just such admiration for him. And I had an opportunity to also be on one of the seminars with Professor Rishi Sharma as well on Mauritius. So I would love to be part of your journey and to work with you all.
So
to try and see, because in my history I was.
Milind, you are already part of healing our earth, and through healing our earth, you can get connected to everybody. We are actually going to stay around. We'll connect you to everybody over here. Professor Santala, you were there as well. Gigi wants to know, apart from the food that you enjoy, what was your experience? And just before you, let's go to Venkatabai. He's here. He's also part of Healing Our Earth and a senior team at Healing Our Earth. Venkataji, global namaste. And what do you think of Gigi's working chairman's attitude, the organization, and Vishnu and them, Lord? Yeah, he's here live. You can give him the compliments if you like.
Thank you, Dr. Neil. And then Dr. Gangadharanji, my pranams to you. And then I met Dr. Gangadharanji in the Ayush Expo in Varanasi, and as well as in last year Goa conference. And it was excellent to go into my back roots of my Kerala, because my mother's mother comes from Kerala, Palakkad. And that is dragged me over into this God's country, the richness of the flora and you can see the diversity. I was sharing a session on the diversity and opportunities of the medicinal herbs and plants, and we need in this hour to have this quality assurances. Even the food is the biggest part of adulteration, what's going on through now, and a common spices, even turmeric, and you name anything which is having a secondary substitution adulteration is the biggest problem for us. And the global awareness into the global namaste is bringing from the taste, and the taste is very unique. If you see in London, every corner has these curry centers, and that's what it draws them to have these wonderful curry centers. And that is the taste. The taste is wonderful, as it is said with the six, and we have to find the natural resources. And from Kerala, you can see Sri Phala, Sada Phala, everywhere the coconut which is there. And you see what are the number of species which are naturally being grown with no pesticides, no any agrochemicals are being used into the fertilizers. That's what my concern was. I was teaching and telling about the all Ayurveda schools and colleges should have this sustainability of the diversity of these medicinal plants. You don't really have to have like 120,000 species which are being talked about, and how many hundreds of species in Charaka, Sushruta, Vagbata is being used. But selectively, even if you have like a 20 to 30 common medicinal plants, for example, in richness of the Kerala, every day we have Gotukola, the Vellari comes in London market and Asian market. You believe me, this Gotukola coming from Kerala, I have just used as a dietary supplement in different perspectives of the health restorations, just with the red rice preparations, mung bean preparations, smoothie preparations, juice preparations. You name it about this Gotukola into the freshness of its health restoration is enormous. And the people who are taking these injections to get rid of this excess of the iron in the body, the boy was young and then he was not able to even stand on his own legs. Just to Gotukola I gave. The juice with the licorice, as Sushruta said about this, and the dairy products, which is like coconut-based milk, and as well as the red rice and mung beans. And the quality, that is what we need to sustain for all these food as a medicine source preparations, and simple preparations will give enormous detox benefits. Just I am explaining about one Gotukola from Kerala. And that is the richness of Ayurveda anybody can use. Because when you make the juice, when you make the smoothie, when you add with licorice, and when you take it with any dairy source, there are diversity into the therapeutic benefit of the Gotukola for Medhya to the all systemic benefits, what it connects and then cleans up the body. And you talk about the superfood moringa. We have leafy vegetables which is being sold. Unfortunately, in India, you can see this moringa grown everywhere as a common plant. But you talk to the common people, they never use it for their own culinary. And that
so Venkataji, you obviously enjoyed Kerala and the hospitality, and Gigi is proud to know that because Ish says that he is very senior. Professor Shantala, who is in Latvia, who is very senior. You are very senior in UK, and through Healing Our Earth, we are uniting everybody, and we want to bring it out of India in a big way. Gigi, there you are. You've got testimony from the people who attended that not only was it a superb organization, but the cuisine that you served, the energy that you served, the aura that you served was all very beautiful. Your thoughts of what you felt, Gigi, just before you do that, let us play the video that has been created for us, just for our audience to know what was there which they missed out on.
Please do that. Yes.
I will just make sure that we share the sound as well. And here we go. We share that. So Gigi,
That was a lovely video.
Gigi, that was simply beautiful. I think he's gone. We'll try to locate him. Yes, he's back again. We'll bring Gigi back on. So Gigi, first of all, can you tell me how long did it take to set up all this? Because it was so well done, even by international standard, it was so nicely done. I would like to know particularly how long it took you to set all this up.
Yeah, as I told you, the efforts are, we started actually in.
Gigi, can you put your camera slightly up so we can see your full face, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you and we can see you. Carry on.
Yeah. So yeah, this effort is of a 1 year duration. We have been working on this last 1 year. At least 10 times we would have gone to Delhi in different teams to get people get organized and Ayush Ministry come to the fold. All those things are a great task. But one of the beauty of the task, well, within 3 months, or that is before 3 months, we got all the groups in Kerala to come as a team to help and make part of it. That's why we could do everything that you said seamlessly. We could do it. And what we have done is some of the works we have directly supervised with our team, and we are given independent charge to some of the work, like the home pavilion. I don't know how many of you have noticed. Home pavilion was a very good scientifically instructed pavilion with artistic expression of scientific history of Ayurveda and all. That we are given to professionals to do that. And we have taken a lot of input from our peers to select the right kind of speakers. They are very clear about who should speak on what subject. That has been done. And one of the great thing happened, I should say, that we have visited almost all important Ayurveda colleges in the country in teams. Especially Dr. Benu was instrumental to do that. And Dr. Suresh Kumar was keeping the fort in shape in Trivandrum. So all the correspondence were happening from there. My main task was to make sure that all the speakers and all the international and national the collaborators and friends are coming to this. So that's why we could get all the, if you have seen the members who are in the part of the team, are almost everyone in the who are active in the field has been properly. So it was I should say it is a very great teamwork, and we believe in collective leadership. We don't take one person's instruction kind of thing. We all believe in sharing the responsibility and sharing the leadership. So mainly the 5 people, Dr. Suresh Kumar of Triveni, Dr. Suresh Kumar Parsala, the General Secretary, myself, Dr. Venu, and Dr. Vishnu and Uday Kumar. These people were completely involved day and night in this effort. And we have left no time unturned to make sure it happened the way. More than that, I believe today when I look back, it is all not because of our smartness of professionalism. I think it's all God's blessing. That's what I believe. Because there can be many problems. I don't know whether you believe it or not. The one day before the program, the Kerala police came and told us that you cannot do the program in the place we have put the stand, stage everything for the Vice President of India. We have to struggle all night. We have to change the whole place within overnight without any, no outsider could know that we have done this changing. All 4,000 people sitting around was done overnight, just shifting the place. So these kind of things were happening hassle-free because of the commitment. And one more thing I want to share with you, that all the people who are involved, they are involving with a passion, not as a thing. So they feel part of it and they want to do it kind of thing. More than the things that happened these 5 days, the two important outcomes we have seen is the one that we have announced a kind of a global Ayurveda alliance. Idea is to have an international network, the way you have been doing, to make sure that Ayurveda's barriers, the trade barriers, non-trade barriers, bilateral agreement that we have with different countries, how we can use all these things to bring Ayurveda out of the borders of India in a more practical way, so that people of these countries get benefit of Ayurveda. Not only just sending or exporting products. We believe Ayurveda science has to be taken. So educational system, the training system, All these things are part of it. So this Global Ayurveda Alliance is one of the best thing happened as an outcome of this 5-day interaction. And also we have made a policy perspective team to advise and request Government of India what are the immediate things to be done. These two things we read on the valedictory session. Many of you would have seen it. And these two things will take it further, Ayurveda to the fore. One of the biggest challenge we are facing is lack of proper evidence in the way people want to get it. So every speaker from vice president to minister, everyone was telling the need of evidence creation. It is a pity that 5,000-year-old system is not having enough evidence to convince people. Evidence is there, but evidence in a paradigm that is needed today has not been created, especially the pharmacology of the, not pharmacology, the pharmacodynamics and pharmacokinetics. That is how the medicine works in the body, how the desired results are brought. This has been a big question in all the forums. One of the reasons telling that we are not working on molecules. And I have told in my chairing session that Ayurveda treats the person as a whole and it takes the herb as a whole. And when you take herb as a whole, and we have got when there are multi-ingredient formulations, so there are so many molecules work in the system to bring the result. Like Ayurveda medicine, we say that a medicine with intelligence. It works in the system where it was to work, and it avoids places where it should not work. It does not. It's not like a single molecule of modern biomedicine which works like a bullet. It just goes and hits the target, whether it's good or bad. So this problem is...
Gigi, there is one thing I would like to know. There is another attendee here, Bhairav Gulkarni was also there, who is also going to give us his views of GAF and bit of his speciality. Gigi, tell me from the international point of view, how do you feel that Ayurveda from the regulation point of view should now be accepted? I personally feel it should be an option available in a mainstream health system. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, see, Ayurveda has to be taken as a whole. So we should not mutilate Ayurveda. We should not make Ayurveda accessible or misappropriate Ayurveda to suit the modern bioscience paradigm. So to accept it, what I have been suggesting, I mentioned that we can have not 5.5-year courses, but we should have proper 2 to 2.5-year courses for medical people who have studied medicine, other countries. That's one option we have been suggesting. Second option one should suggest is that people who can come to India and study this for 1 or 2 years program after medical background with science background. And we should not have a shortcut of having some therapy only being done. Panchakarma, accept of Panchakarma being done. It's all misguided Ayurveda. So Ayurveda to be taken as a whole system. And also we have to work in a stepwise manner. We believe that in especially Southeast Asian countries where Ayurveda is accepted already to some level, can you have a full swing kind of a IP system, hospital and clinics where Ayurveda can be translated the way it is being done in India. That's one way of doing it. And also we have been advocating a concept of Yasya Deshastu Yo Janthu Tasya Tajjaushadam Nidam. Every geographical place is blessed with by the nature with things which are needed for that place. Can you find out the therapeutic action of local herbs of different region and use it also along with Ayurveda herbs? And after some time, you'll be able to develop a local pharmacy of your own. So this is a step by. This is not a one-time work or one short answer to this thing. So we should have at least some practitioners who know the crux of Ayurveda, the soul of Ayurveda. We should start practicing it. So when you practice it in a different country, only it will get more accepted.
Gigi, let us work towards the fact that people don't have to travel to India to learn Ayurveda. Let us bring Ayurveda for Europe, to London, for Africa, through East Africa, South Africa, West Africa, Indian Ocean, Mauritius, the North Americas, the South Americas, Canada. Let's take Ayurveda to them. They don't have to travel to India. They can do the studies in their own country. So that's the part Healing Our Earth wants to do over the next 7 years. And obviously together we will work, because Dr. Amrita is also working on that. She's part of a group that is working towards there. There is another testimony for you. You got Dr. Bhairav Kulkarni here. Bhairav, you were there at the GAF 2023. You got a smile on your face and you want to say something to Gigi here. Can you say what you felt while you were there? Over to you, Bhairav.
Yeah. First of all, namaste to all of you.
Global namaste to you as well.
Global
buddy.
namaste to all of you. All
Namaste.
our respected guests over here. And namaste, Gigi sir. We met in the conference. And as per my point of view, it was really festival, but feast of knowledge of Ayurveda. That called as a festival. So I really enjoyed all the knowledgeable speakers over there. And all the speakers are not just the speaker. They have the knowledge and evidence-based knowledge through Ayurveda. They delivered a good knowledge. Lots of students are there. Lots of prestigious persons are there. So it was a very fantastic event in my life. And it's my particularly, it's one of the great prestigious moment for me. I was a part of that event with great hospitality, with accommodation and delicious, yummy food to serve all the participants and all the speakers. So thank you, organizer, chairman, working chairman, Gigi sir, and your team. It's very wonderful treatment and very wonderful festival.
No, I should say the cook we gave charge was the best cook in Kerala for vegetarian food. And I checked with almost everyone I met during everyone was telling food was delicious, wonderful. And even your people from Europe, people from US and India, other states of South, Northern, everyone was enjoying. So that's one blessing I should say. I think there are many ways God has blessed us to make so that, and so there is no raining. It was raining one day before. Can you believe? One day before the heavy rain, all pandal, the outside pandal was little leaking. So we were worried if the rains for the day, all our expo, the Ayurvedic fair will go haywire. So it didn't happen. It was bright sunlight. People suffered a little bit of sunlight, but it was good.
Gigi, rain, meaning water, is very auspicious in any Hindu start of a culture. So in fact, you are lucky you got the blessing. You know, somebody from up there was also watching the GAF 2023. And you can see that everybody enjoyed. Gigi, the video that was sent to us by Vishnu just about an hour back, we made it viral globally through our various social media. And people are commenting on that they actually feel they missed out. They loved the walkthrough. And Gigi, you mentioned about Ayurveda and everything. So we got our Professor Amrita Sharma, who is the chair from the Ayush in Mauritius. He has already started a school project there in Mauritius in a big way, which he wants to take around in other places. You got a Professor Shantala in Latvia, of all the places. It's not easy to go to these kind of countries. And she has got the ball rolling as well. So let us not stop. The Rolling Stone has gathered malls now. So let's just go forth and multiply. Ish, what would you like to say? Because Gigi's one of the vision is that we take Ayurveda world over.
Of course, and the biggest outcome was the concept of Global Ayurveda Alliance, as Professor Gigi declared, and that was the main takeaway, main outcome of this festival. And we all are very much looking forward to being a part of it. And we assure all the cooperation to Professor Gigi and the team, GAF. Everyone has got at this stage in life, we all have got something to give back to the society. We have got different perspectives of Ayurveda which we want to give back, and that is where the variety comes in, and everyone contributing as maybe the gist of one's whole study and experience. We all can contribute in a very meaningful manner, and I surely believe food can be a right entry because it is less controlled, it is not medical, it is less regulated. So that can be a very wonderful entry to stabilize Ayurveda globally. And so that is where everyone has got one's own track. And we keep evolving, we keep maturing, we keep working as a team. And I see a wonderful future ahead, Neil.
And Ish, Dr. Dr. Venkata Josik confirms with you and says, yes, it's a good idea. And you are what you eat. One of your policies, try to take 2 healthy meals, one at about 10 a.m. if you can, and one at 6 p.m. So I like that about you, Ish. And you are what a nice role model, what you have created in Mauritius. We also wish you all the best, and GAF is also going to support you. We got Professor Shantala in Latvia. She has got the ball rolling. Shantalaji, in Latvia, I mean, difficult country to work on, but you have done wonderful there as well. And how is Ayurveda treated down there?
First, I would like to speak a little bit about Gigi. Gigi has been a great inspiration to all of us. I have known him from many years. He is one of the best clinicians, academician, and now the best administrator. So I had been not to all the other GAFs, but this is the first one that I went, and I was very, very much impressed. It was well thought over, planned, and executed. So it was a real festival of knowledge, and I'm so happy I could be a part of this. Apart from that, every person who was picked there as speaker was the best. And the young ones who had come there to present their papers got very good inspiration from all the people who checked their authenticity and gave them prizes. And today we will be probably having Dr. Pooja Gowda, who was adjudged first in
Yes,
Samhita.
she will be appearing. She'll be appearing at about 4 p.m.
Yes.
GMT time, which is 8:30 India time. She obviously won the first prize because the way she translated, it's been recommended, and that was your recommendation, Shantalaji. So thank you very much. Stay around. We'll come back to you.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity in this platform. Thank you.
You are part of Healing Our Earth, so it's all ours. And now Gangadharan is also part of Healing Our Earth. You can see broad smile on his face. He loves the testimony. We are now going to go to Bhairav, who wants to talk about his GAF experience and also bring another, I think, his partner even to speak over here. So Gigi, congratulations! Not only bulk of testimony coming even in the social media just by looking at the walkthrough of what happened. Amrita, what would you like to say to Gigi?
I'd like to just say a very big thank and very humble. And the best thing which I like, in fact, when I read the Vedas, it first starts from thank you, and that's what GAF is all about. And everybody's so humble, which is the greatest thing. It's an honor for me to get an opportunity to host this, as well as to talk and meet so many people who are so talented and worthy souls in Ayurveda for promoting. So abundance of thanks and lots of love from all the Healing Our Earth family to all the GAF people, and especially to you, Dr. Gangadharanji.
Thank you
you
so
so
much.
much.
Very kind of all of you to invite me and to me make part of it.
And
I am very highly humbled by all your affection and your interest and your emotional and intellectual connection to Ayurveda.
Gigi,
I'm so thankful to all of you, and I'll be anytime and every time I'll be with you for anything to do with Ayurveda. Thank you.
Gigi, this is what we do at Healing Our Earth. We unite people. Even after the episode, we promote them. Like next week, we are doing post COP28, which just finished in Dubai, where Sister Jayanti, the additional head of Brahma Kumaris, will be one of the lead there. So she will be bringing the experiences and the outcome at the COP28, which Ayurveda will be part of as well, because Ayurveda is the way to live, the natural way, the only way, the way. Let's go back to how the earth was several thousand years back, and together we can survive. Gigi, thank you very much. Stay around or be around. Let's go to Bhairav now. Bhairav, Over to you. It is all yours now. And Dr. Amrita Sharma, take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Gangadharanji, and all the team of Global Ayurveda Festival. And we would like to now invite Dr. Bhairav Kulkarni, who has been a part of the keynote speaker at Global Ayurveda Festival as well, and is a director of Sri Siddhivinayak Ayurveda Panchakarma Center at Aurangabad. Yes. Please share your presentation and your talk as well as your notes and address for post GAF. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, I thank you organizers who invite me such a wonderful platform with respected dignitaries. So not waste of time, I start my presentation. Today's my topic is management of spine and joint disorders through Ayurveda. So myself, Dr. Bhairav Taushikar Kulkarni. I'm a professor and HOD in Kai Chikitsa department at Dr. Ved Prakash Patil Ayurveda Medical College, India. So this is some of my best moment in GF. I will talk on pain management over there. So one of the photograph with respected working chairman, Dr. Gigi sir. So I'm working from last 15 years in the field of Ayurveda. I visited more than 15 countries to part and promotion and propagation of Ayurveda. Recently I'm working as professor in one of the Ayurveda college. Previously, I was principal of 3 Ayurveda medical college. I am working. This is one of my memberships which I working in Europe, in UK, and most of the countries in the world. So let's about my topic, musculoskeletal system. So these are some parts. I showed one picture over here: skeleton, connective tissue, muscle, joints, cartilage, tendons, and ligaments. So articular involvement, pain on active, passive movements, effusion, cryption, locking, and instability give way of deformity, my dear friend. So serum, synovial fluid, articular cartilages, intracollar ligaments, and joint capsule. So non-articular involvements, I just showed this picture, is extra articular ligaments, tendons, bursae, some type of muscles there, nerve or overlying skin over there. So some diseases I just present. I have short time, I know. So I not take much more time from your side. So this is the MND disease. So my dear friends, you know about this type of disease. This is the initial symptoms of motor neuron diseases. And in this particular situation, the limb onset motor neuron, it is the weaken your grip, which can cause difficulties to pick up in some type of objects. Muscle pains are there, cramps are there, muscle twinges are there, a feeling that you have become much more clumsy than usual, such as always tripping over. So in our Ayurveda, we are giving most of the patient Sanshodhana, means Samshodhana, it means Panchakarma therapy, as well as Sanshamana, means medicinal treatment, as well as we can give that type of patient rejuvenation therapy, one of the best medicine over there. Sattva-vajaya chikitsa, counseling to the patient who are suffering from MND type of disorders. Psychotherapy we regularly use. Acharya Charaka stand to most experienced Ayurveda facility in India treating MND cases. So apart from Charaka, we are also educating and creating awareness among MND patients to their relatives also. So in spite of best possible treatment efforts, currently complete cure MND, most cases is not possible as a disease as per Ayurveda. It comes under the Kashta Sadhya Vyadhi, my dear friends. So it is difficult to cure. So we regularly use Shirodhara, Patrapotali, Pindasvet in such a type of conditions. This is some Panchakarma treatments we regularly use. Next one is multiple sclerosis. You know, it is a chronic inflammatory disease, and the multiple sclerosis, it refers cast and also plaques in the white matter, so loss of melanin these lesions cause some type of symptoms which, depending upon your signals, are interrupted, my dear friend. So, in such a condition, we regularly give the Langan therapy. Langan is one of the most useful treatment. So, it is the removal of your amadosha with excess of pitta and kapha dosha. Panchakarma therapy we use in these type of condition like Vaman, Virechana, Nasya, Vasti, and before that we give the Snehapan for the patient, and local procedures. It's a Purva Karma, Snehan and Svedan we regularly use, and Udavarta treatment for powder massage. It is very useful treatment for these type of cases, my dear friend. Parkinson diseases, this I showing one picture over here. One of the person who are having some symptoms: restating tremors, bradycardia, rigidity, stop posture, mask face, feel rolling movements, lack of posture adjustment. Please see the picture. Then fainting of gait. His gait is fainting. So dropping of saliva due to infrequent swallowing movement. So it is this type of condition in our Ayurveda. It's Veppetu described in Ayurveda. It is be correlated with Parkinson, my dear friend. So regularly we given some drugs, environmental toxin drug, head injury. So Shirodhara, one of the best medicine, Snehan oleation treatment. We regularly use these type of oils. Kshirbala oil, Sacharadi oil, Dhanvantaram, Mahamashad, Ashwagandhadi tail, Svedana, Patra Pinda Sweda, we regularly use. So, internally, we given Matra Basti, Sacharadi oil, and Saindavadi oil. Brihat Saindavadi oil we can also use. For Nasya ka Ran Nasya, Purana Grut, we regularly use, or Narayan tail, we give the patient who is suffering from these type of cases. So, ankylosing spondylitis, AS, I showing one picture, healthy spine, and right one is ankylosing spondylitis patient. So the exact cause is not known. So other environment trigger also known. So positive HLA B27 develops the disease. In Ayurveda, indigestion of spicy and incomplete food, stress, lack of adequate rest, and leading a very sedentary life as a factor responsible for triggering their conditions. So this is some medicine we regularly use our patient. Oral medication: Rasa Rajeshwar Rasa, Ashwagandha Churna, Erandamula Churna, Chaturastra Pipali Churna, Trayodashanga Google. This is some doses. It's evidence based medicine over there. We are doing some Panchakarma procedures, some Shashtik Shalipindaswet. This is the procedure how to do Shashtik Shalipindaswet. I have less time, so this is the particularly doses and how to contribute. 18 basti of Karma basti we regularly give this type of patients. Sciatica, one of the condition. Sciatic nerve, it is a symptom disorder to cause of mild, sharp, and sometimes exaggerating pain in the lower part. This is some picture. Pressure on sciatic nerve, radiating pain, and this is the sciatic nerve are there. So pain areas, you know very well, in the back, buttock, hip, and lower extremities, my dear friends. So Ayurveda described as Grudrasi over there. So treatment, we regularly use Dhanyamla Dhara, Abhyanga Svedana, Patrapotali Svedana, then Navakizi, Basti, cervical spondylitis. Then the cervical spondylitis causing pain, stiffness at the neck part, lumbar spondylitis, lower back pain, tailbone, buttocks, hip joint, toes, and back, thighs, calf, and feet. There are some pain over there. So this is the one image suffering from lumbar spondylitis. Some paralysis patient. This is the picture. Right side one is a facial paralysis patient. In rheumatoid arthritic condition, joint symptoms may be include. So morning stiffness, my dear friend. Amavata is untreatable disease. Morning stiffness which last more than 1 hour is common, and joints may be feel warm, tender, and stiff when not use for an hour. So chest pain when the taking a breath, this is the one symptoms we visually seen in most of the patient. Eye burning, itching and discharge, then numbness, tingling and burning in the hands and feet, and sleep difficulties in these type of conditions. So these are some images of rheumatoid arthritis patients. Osteoarthritis sign and symptoms, you know very well. Pain are there, some tenderness, some stiffness, a loss of flexibility, grunting sensation, and bone sprouts are there. So this is some images of osteoarthritis patients. So we regularly did some panchakarma treatment in these type of conditions. Health maintenance, you know very well. Swasthasya swasthya rakshanam aturasya vikara prashamanam cha. Panchakarma is recommended for most individuals, even those who are healthy, as a part of regular season treatment, my dear friend. So those are naturally accumulating owing seasonal change and can cause a disease if they are not timely removed. So these are some panchakarma treatment: vamana, virechana, basti, nasha, and raktamokshana. So purvakarma, external oleation, fermentation. This is a basti, administered medical substances through enema. In Ayurveda, it's a unique medical word. So we'll pour it some type of ghee, some type of oils, and some decoctions by anal root. So generally, we use these type of musculoskeletal disease: Bala Guduchadi Teila Basti, Bala Ashwagandhadi, Lakshadi are degenerative pathology. So these oils we regularly use. Sahacharadi Tel, Trifaladi, Chinchalavan are used for obstructive pathology in obesity associated with these type of morbidities. So we use these type of medicines over here. Pre-treatment, Purvakarma, we already mentioned you. Nirobasti, some herbal decoction we regularly use. We use over there Dashamula, Rashna, Eranda, Trifala. We make the decoction. Before that, we make honey, rock, and rock salt and oil systematically and make ready to administer in the body. It is very cleansing procedure. So this is some benefit of Basti. So we prepare these type of medicines and these type of containers before Basti. This is one of the best Basti I want to describe you. Yapana Basti mentioned in Ayurveda. So this Basti provides a longevity of human being substances, honey and oil, approximately 90 grams. So these doses I mentioned over here. I have less time, so I get to next slide, please. So Uttar Basti, Siddha Basti, it's increases strength, muscle power, improves your complexion. We use regularly Yava, Kulatta, Pimpli, Yashtimadu, and Sendav, including honey over there. So this is 250 ml Basti. We use our patient who are suffering from musculoskeletal disease. Siddha Basti. Rajyapan Basti is also one of the best Basti we regularly use, cleansing and toxifying. It's a use for avascular necrosis of hip, any type of joint disorder, inguinal and scrotal pain over there. So muscular dystrophy, neurological cases, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson, etc. We use Rajyapan Basti. So it is also used in rheumatoid arthritis also. Vaitran Basti, one of the Basti we regularly use in a rheumatic condition. As in Ayurveda, we call it as Amavata. So Chincha Lavan and Jaggery, cow urine, Gomutra, we use 1 to 3 weeks, and we give that type of Basti, Vaitran Basti, and it is very useful for patient who are suffering from Amavata or rheumatoid arthritis patient. Tiktakshir Basti, one of the best medicine in the cases of osteoporosis, osteopenia, and some patient who having dental caries, who having hair falling or hair graying. So Tiktakshir Basti. So this is the content of Tiktakshir Basti: Guduchi, Patola, Vasa, Nimba, Kerat, Tikta, Barad. This is the some doses and the preparation, how to prepare. We regularly use Yoga Basti, Kala Basti, and Karma Basti as per the condition of the patient. In textual Basti, Ashtanga Hridaya, Kalpasthan, 4/1/2. So there are mentioned some Bala Guduchadi Basti, and it are very useful for water specification, nourishing to increase your weight and all these things. Bala Patuladi Basti, it is mentioned in our Sanhitas. So eye tonic to increase your muscular strength. We use Bala Patuladi Basti also. Erandamuladi Basti, one of the best Basti. A patient suffering from this type of disorder along with obesity. So this Basti is useful with Lekhan also. Madhutailik Basti, it means Yapan Basti, Charak Siddhistan, it quoted. So chronic, any type of skin disorders along with the joint disorder. So Madhutailik Yapan Basti or any type of chronic disorders is there. Diabetes mellitus are there. So we regularly use these type of Basti to cure the patient. Vamanam, I already told you, this is the picture of woman. Virechanam, this is some Nasya is kind of Panchakarma treatment, body cleansing, administration of drugs on the nasal cavity. So it is called as Nasya. So it is the leech therapy procedure known as a Raktamokshan. It can be done in a specific area of for the entire body. This therapy, particularly various skin diseases and any type of pain or swelling. So it's a bloodletting treatment, very helpful to patient to treat as early in the patient who suffering gout cases. So Raktamokshana is one of the best treatment as per Ayurveda Samprapti. So we regularly do some Raktamokshana for the patient who is suffering from gout. So this is the powder massage treatment named as Udvartan. Some Kolakutyadi Churna, some Churna we regularly use for to relieve the pain of the patient. This is the local treatment Kati Basti. This is the Nadi Svedan, release your pain, reduce your edema, bring softness of the body, reduce the stiffness of the joint. It helps to removing mala of the body. So indications of the Nadi Sved is Sandhivata, Pakshagata, Bala Pakshagata, Abhyanga. It increase your circulation, especially to nerve ending and toning of the muscle, whole physiology or calming of the nerves, so lubrication of the joint. It is very helpful. Abhyanga treatment. Janubasti, one of the treatment. It's a local treatment. Pour some medicated oil on the knee joint and relieve the pain and swelling for the particular area. It's a Griva Basti patient suffering from cervical joint disorders. So this is the one of the best treatment to relieve their pain and swelling there. In cervical spondylosis, I already talked about the disease, but this is the treatment part. Tiktakshir Basti and Shastikshali Pindaswet, we regularly give the patient. Then his cervical spondylosis symptoms and some of relief we got in our OPD. Backache, Sarjaradi oil Matra Basti and Patra Potali Svedan for backache treatment. It is very good treatment. Preterm Anuvasan Basti we regularly given. This is the Patra Potali Pindaswet. This is the Sarvangadhara Shirobasti who is suffering from any type of mental disorders or patient. He is having psychological symptoms. So this is some myth or some FAQs from the patient. Is Panchakarma is safe? Who can take the Panchakarma treatment? Why Panchakarma is important in Ayurveda? So does ghee use in this treatment or increase in cholesterol or weight? So these are some myths. So one of the case want to show you one of the cervical dystonia patient suffering.
Dr. Bhairav, kindly conclude in next 5 minutes.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
this
thank
is
you.
one
Thank
of the
you.
my case, and this is our achievements in the field of Ayurveda. Recently, we got felicitation from our governor, Dr. Sri Bhagat Singh Koshari ji, to best work in the field of Ayurveda in academician as well as practice. I am the one of the person and I'm one of the Ayurveda doctor who meet directly with my family, entire family at Raj Bhavan, Mumbai. So this is great moment. This was great moment for me in 2022. So this is my email ID and my phone number. If you need to contact. And thank you very much. Thank you, Amrita ji. And thank you, all the organizer, Mr. Neil Kumar sir, and all the dignitaries who are listen my presentation carefully. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Bhairav Kulkarni. So it was a wonderful work that you have been doing at your center. And if somebody wants to join him for treatments related with joint disorders, as he has mentioned, and so many treatments he's been giving related with Ayurveda and treating in holistic way, you can contact him anytime. And Dr. Bhairav, how was your experience? And your better half also was there. In fact, before we move to Dr. Sandhu, very shortly, if she's there, we would definitely like to have her talk as well to share her views about the Global Ayurveda Festival. So, please kindly, yes, kindly share your name, ma'am. What your good name, please?
Namaste to all.
Namaskar. Global Namaste to you. Global Namaste. How was your experience in Global Ayurveda Festival? As Dr. Kulkarni mentioned about, you had been attending it and a very integral part as well. Yes, over to you.
It was good. It was very wonderful experience, and I have never experienced this yet before. So I thank all the organizers and all the who have hosted this festival. As we say festival, it was such as like a festival. Enthusiasm and everything was there. Food quality was good also there. So I'm doing practice here, and I'm very glad that I have been there. So and we expect more festivals like these by the organizers. So this is my request to organize such events and make us the part of that events. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much for your lovely comments. And
Thank you so much.
definitely we would put forward because festivity is all about motions and emotions and making things move and promotion of holistic traditional medicine. Thank you very much for joining us. Please stay around, don't go away. And we move to Gurgaon in India to Dr. Mohit, followed by Brazil with Roberto, whom we are going to talk shortly to. So, Dr. Mohit, tell us about what are you going to talk, what's in lineup, and your work with Roberto, what has been taking up, and then we move to him to know about his experiences of Ayurveda in Brazil. All right. So, Dr. Mohit, please tell us. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And first of all, Jai Dhanvanti, Jai Ayurveda to all. And I'm feeling very good that Roberto is here and so many dignities are there with me. And we are working in Ayurveda and we are fighting for Ayurveda as well globally. And I would like to present my presentation on pain management with a deep decoding the pain with Ayurveda. Let me share the presentation first. Just wait a second.
So you have been doing Agni Karma treatment.
Yes,
the treatment through fire, right?
Yeah, the treatment through the fire. Can you see my presentation? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
So
okay,
for
okay.
10 minutes, please. Yes, please
Yeah,
give your
sure,
talk
sure.
within 10 minutes. Yes. Yes.
I will fast. I'm so fast in speaking in all the
No,
things.
no worries.
So yeah, so telling about myself. I'm myself, Dr. Mohit Sandhu, and I done my BMS from Punjab, and I'm basically certified in cardiology too, in dermatology too, and I'm also a pain specialist. I'm PG in Kshar Sutur, that is a Ayurvedic and medical surgery. I'm a member of super specialties in so many countries in like US, in Brazil, and I'm also a member of Healing of Earth that I'm talking about in England with Mr. Neil and Dr. Isar and Dr. Amrita. So let's talk about how we can decode pain with Ayurveda. As Dr. Bhairav told, very beautiful about about the medicines and the bastis. Beautifully, he told. I will tell that how we can restrict the timing, how we can treat the patient of pain with panchkarma and with agni karma. Let's know about agni karma and more. It is a beautiful Ayurvedic surgical approach with a non-invasive approach, and it gives a beautiful, tremendous result within 15 and 20 minutes. So let us talk about the pain. What is pain? Actually, pain is an uncomfortable and a feeling that tells us something may be wrong. It can be steady, throbbing, stabbing, aching, throbbing, or describing many. So sometimes it's just feeling a nuisance, like mild headache. In Ayurveda, pain is denoted as very beautiful. Charak already told about the pain in a very deep thing. Always denoted by Bata. Bath are denoted as the type of pain when it disbalance from its the location. It gonna give you the pain. So pida, vedana, ruja, shula, ruka, toda, ved, vyatha, etc. As I will define the things in on the following. Vedana means pain, torture, agony. Pida means pain, suffering, annoyance, harms. These are some type of bata type in which we can define the pain according to the muscular or anatomical reason, according to the location, according to the pain. So you can see, without wasting the time, I will go further. So statistics of pain in 2019, 27.8% of adults had chronic pain that frequently limited life or work activities referred to as high impact chronic pain in the past 3 months. This is the statistics of the 2019 and 19 and 27. But in 2023, there are 126 million adults, that is 55.57% adults, are being affected by the pain, that is cervical spondylosis or muscular pain due to use of high steroids, antibiotics, painkillers, and all these things. So half of the percentage is due to painkillers, as I told you, half of the due to the stagnant lifestyle, half of it due to use of painkillers, steroids, and antibiotics. So what is our main aim? Our main aim is to reduce the activity of steroids, painkillers, and antibiotics in pain management, because we have to reduce the lifestyle disorders like chronic kidney disease, like cardiovascular diseases, like liver diseases. That's why we can balance the mortality rate. So what is the solution? What we can do if we are not taking the painkillers, antibiotics? What we can do? So Ayurveda has the best solution, I think, for it. So why Ayurveda is the best? Why? Because it aims to decrease the drug reaction by using Ayurvedic drugless approach like Agnikharam. Different types of bastis like Kati bastis, Griva bastis, as Dr. Gaurav told very beautifully about the bastis, and we can catalyze these things. We can assist the Agnikarma in these bastis and in these Panchkarma modality. And Ayurvedic analgesics and painkillers aims towards increase in range of motion of stiff muscles, tendons, and ligaments, aims in the reduction of pain by directly acting on Vata. As I told you, Vata is a main acting role in the pain management, is playing an important role in the understanding pain and its physiology, aims on Douglas approach, and we can reduce the things like CLD, CKDs by reducing the taking of the steroids, painkillers, and antibiotics, and so on for the pain management. Should be accepted throughout the first of thing it should be accepted throughout the globes with the evident based Ayurveda. We can work on it more. We can work on heat. We can work on the muscle physiology. We can work on the pain physiology in Ayurveda, what Charak and Shushruta told about us. On the next page, physiology of pain. So it's a very big description actually, but I will tell you in a short description. So physiology in Ayurveda, as Charak told about the Bharya Sparshanindriya and the relation of Atma with the intellectual mind. So always when someone pinch you, it gonna refers from the receptors to the internal receptors to the spinal cord and to the brain. But Charaka told very beautiful that what when the object or when the pain or when the bath displays, the Bharya Sparshanindriya, that is the outer nervous system, get connected to the Atma, and it gonna take a object that okay, I'm just feeling some pain, I'm feeling something stepped, I'm feeling something myalgia. So I think Ayurveda has a very deep knowledge about the pain and its physiology. So talking about more that before understanding the Agni Karma, we have to understand the anatomical structures that beautifully told by Shushru Samhita, that is called Marma. Very beautiful told by Shushruth, who is the father of surgery in the Shushrusthan, that explain Marma science, vital anatomical. These are the vital anatomical parts, delicate structure of the body. This also seems to be the first and earliest reference to the explanation of the surgical anatomy or applied anatomy, which is very vast and evident. Acharya Shushruth identified 107 points of the the injury of which can cause death, pain, and stiffness. It can also cause death. But right now we are talking about the pain, so we'll talk about on the pain. So marm are the main important part to diagnose the pain, where pain is going, and in which part we have to give the heat. Okay, the knowledge of these murmurs point also would help the Ayurvedic surgeons to put their instruments on the body parts where in these murmurs are absent, or to conduct the surgeries without harming vital parts. See, very beautifully told Shushruth that marma prana asti. Marm consists of life. So you don't have to puncture the marma. You don't have to go inside the marma. So very beautifully told that we have to approach the Agni Karam, or we have to approach the Ayurvedic treatment around the marma, not in the marma. So let's discuss about some important marma, not 107, but we will discuss some few important marms, how marm get approached with the anatomical modern anatomical structures. So these are the marmas from head to toe. So let's define some. I guess this is a very important question, that how we can diagnose the marma. Yes, we can diagnose the marma through the X-rays, to the MRI scan. These are some photos of like Krikatika marma, the cervical in the cervical region, the Avart marma in the frontal region of the skull, in Apang marma in the orbital muscle of the eyes. We can easily diagnose and evident the form of marma in the form of X-rays, because X-rays, MRIs are the type of darshana which was beautifully defined in Padarth Vigyan in Ayurveda 5,000 years back ago. So let's talk about some important marma. First is Kashipra marma. You can see this is Kashipra marma, and what anatomical structures I will not go so further, but Kashipra marma is two in the foot, two in the hand, and you can see the modern anatomy. There is extensor hallucis longus, there's extensor hallucis brevis, there's flexor hallucis longus. Okay, there's dorsal pedis. So the injury to this marm can cause also death and stiffness to the hand. You can see the point where the Kashipra marma in the hand, in the toe is present. So next thing is Talhidya marma. Talhidya marma, you can see that this is Talhidya marma on the dorsal part of the on the hand, on the dorsal part of the palm. You can see what are the structures basically they are present in the Talhidya marma. You can see there are palmar plantar tendons, there are aponeurosis. Aponeurosis means they are the conjunctions of web-like structures. You can see the web-like structures. So we have to go in the muscle, in the stiff muscle, and we have to give the heat. So why marma have to being discussed important? Because marma have an important role to go for Agni Karma and the Ayurvedic surgical approaches. You can see the Talhidya marma, you can see the Kurch marma. Kurch marma is in the distal part of the thumb and distal part of the palm. In here, the extension tendons, flexors, reticuli, and extension digitorum brevis, digitorum longus, extensor hallucis longus. We can easily diagnose the things from the Kurch marma, and we can easily go through the Agni Karma. Let's go the Gulf marma. It is in the ankle. Next, so the Indrabasti marma, it is in the middle of the calf muscles, or we can call it calf muscles. Okay, and Janu marma, it is a structure of knees, structure of ACL, and all these things. We can talk about Ani. Ani marma is in the just two fingers above the Janu marma. We will talk about Urbi marma. Urbi marma, you can see in the Urbi marma, it is upward to the Ani marma in the middle of the elbow lines. You can see the Lohitaksh Marma. It is Lohitaksh Marma in the shoulder and in the pelvic region. You can see. So in the back, you can see the Kirkhatik Marma, the Ans Marma, the Kashdhara Marma. We can see the cervical trapezius muscles, because in the pain, myalgia is the main important symptom, and using Agni Karma, we can easily reduce the pain within 15 to 20 minutes, within 5 minutes, according to my experience. This is in the nose, Phana Marma. This is in the carotid, in the Matrika Marma. These are eye types. They're in the back in the sanction. This is the Parshav Sandhi Marma. In the sciatica, we can tell this. Okay, in the deep fascias. So, what is Agni Karma? Let us talk about Agni Karma. Very beautiful, and it's my favorite shlokas of the Shushru Samhita, that Tvak Masa Sira Sanayu, that the thermal cautery or the heat should be done in the presence of very severe pain in the skin, muscle, vein, ligament, joints, and bones caused by Bata aggravation. This is the main shloka of pain management of Shushruta. The skin, muscle, veins, as I told you, is a diagnostic thumb rule part of diagnostic marm, and to do the Agnikarm in the different type of pain management. Let's talk after that. What instruments we are just using in the Agni Karma? We use Panchuloshalaka. You can see the Panchuloshalaka. It's a rod-like structure. Okay, and the very new thing, we can also use needle. Basically, I just want to tell that it is not acupuncture at all. It is a Ayurvedic surgical procedure. And why I choose the needles? Because in diabetic patients, I often see that burn happens in the patient, and patient get dissatisfied after doing Agni Karma with Panchaloshalaka. But with the needles, there are very benefits, that it is non-invasive, it give no wounds at all, and in diabetic patients and in the hypertension patients, you can easily do the Agni Karma in surgical procedures with a safe hand and with the effective field. Next thing, this is what we are doing in with the shalaka in the knee, in the cervical spondylosis, in the various type of pain we are getting. Okay, so I will give example of cervical spondylosis, how we can go for cervical spondylosis. As previous doctor told about the spondylosis, that what is spondylosis? It is with the age, it degraded, and due to some myalgia, due to some stiffness, and due to stagnant lifestyle, it gonna spondylose, or the fluid came out from the bone due to discompression, and that fluid get frozen due to kapha, and nerves got blocked. That is called cervical spondylosis and myalgia. So I'm sorry.
So, Mohit, it's okay. I've just got your presentation. It's actually perfect. It needs to be landscape later. Next time we do it landscape, so people can read what you're saying.
Sure.
So much information there.
Yeah.
Give us 5 best tips of yours slowly, so people can take it home. And also, can you introduce our friend from Brazil, because he's the first time here to our family. Roberto, ¿cómo está? And hola.
So talking Roberto, he's not just a teacher, he's a good friend of me. We always talk like a brother, and we always talk like so many personal things, so many agendas in Brazil, and we are working from 2 to 3 years in Brazil. I'm working with his presentations, and I used to teach the students of him. So he's very anxious to learn Ayurveda, and when I told him about HOE, that is healing of earth, and told about Dr. Amrita, Dr. Neil, and Dr. Ishji. So let come and let's join us, because Ayurveda is so big. Ayurveda is so big, and I think you are so lucky, Roberto, that you are in the group. And let's discuss the things in Ayurveda. What will the statistics of Ayurveda in Brazil, and how we can go through more Ayurvedic procedures, more deep Ayurvedic procedure in Brazil and in other countries. So Roberto, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. So, namaste. I hope everybody and everything is okay on your end. First, I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this big event and congratulate the organizers for the beautiful initiative. So my name is Roberto Fontana. I am the owner and responsible for the Fontana Institute in Brazil. I am a yoga practitioner, and in addition to my Ayurveda graduation, I have a degree in business administration, master degree in psychoanalysis, and other courses in the area of holistic health. I am passionate and enthusiastic about human and global health, and I have unlimited energy to make our world better. Fontana Institute exists for over 20 years, and we offer Ayurveda services as appointments, treatments, and training courses. And there is a special thanks I would like to express to Dr. Mohit, who directly from
Thank
India.
you, brother. Thank you so much, brother. Always.
Immensely with our work here. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about Brazil Ayurveda market, the importance of Vedic sciences here, and some needs proposals. So Brazil is a tropical country with a climate very similar to India, and we have a population of more than 200 million people. Here, Ayurveda medicine has not completed its regulation as the case of allopathic medicine, but the Brazilian Ministry of Health, which is like the Ayush Ministry in India, has already recognized Ayurveda since 2017. And we already have Ayurveda being practiced in the country public health system as complementary and health practice. About 10 years ago, Ayurveda in Brazil did not have much prominence as the traditional health system here, allopathy. Ayurveda did not receive any or little attention. However, the scenario has changed for the last few years. Ayurveda medicine has been gaining notoriety, including the best Brazilian allopathic hospitals here. So nowadays, they already have internal centers that work with natural and integrative medicines, which is amazing. Ayurveda has been growing exponentially month by month, and more people are discovering Ayurveda here in Brazil. So people being to see as a safe and efficient source of taking care of their health in a holistic and natural way, even though we still have a large part of the population without this Ayurvedic knowledge. Another important aspect, which is no different from what happens in most of the other countries around the world, is that although technology is involving a lot and bringing a lot of modernity, diseases are also increasing. People tend to surrender to a modern and increasingly unnatural lifestyle. They work more and more, use air conditioning, and expose themselves to screens excessively, and create a routine that is harmful to their bodies and minds without being aware of it. So the big point is everyone is looking for facilities and a comfortable way of living and find quick solutions. And we don't easily find great masters, gurus, and companies around here that help us gain knowledge of what actually helps us and keeps us healthy. For many years, the Fontana Institute has been helping thousands of people to reconnect with their true health through Ayurveda, and the recognition and gratitude they have when they then finally find the science that helps them with this. It's very, very evident.
So Roberto, tell us, is Ayurveda accepted in the mainstream in Brazil medical institution?
Nowadays, we can work with Ayurveda, but the regulation is not totally completed, you know. So we can do our job, but not in a totally formal way.
Okay, so at Healing Our Earth, we try to help people to give country documents. So the white paper and the blue paper. So what we, Mohit and Amrita will be in touch with you. Let us bring out Brazil into, because Brazil is one of the lead countries for southern part of the hemisphere, and you can be part of the team where we can maybe start project in the schools for education through the children, because Ayurveda is not just Ayurveda. Ayurveda actually entails peace of mind, food, yoga, meditation. Everything is part of Ayurveda. And people like Mohit, who have got experience, physical experience, where they actually take on people to show them, they look, try us first before you go to mainstream surgeries. You might get well. If not, there are certain conditions Ayurveda cannot treat, and we accept that. But there are many conditions because it's mind over matter. So, Roberto, welcome to Healing Our Earth. You are now the family of Healing Our Earth. It's yours as well. Maybe you can be our Brazil representative. Mohit and Amrita will nurture so that over the next 3 to 7 years, let's bring to fruition the white paper and the blue paper for the politicians and the media. Mohit, what do you say?
See, sir, that's a very good idea. You know, I always think that why we are making integrated medicine. Modern doctors always talking about the integrated medicine. Why not Ayurvedic medical sciences? Okay, firstly when I met Mr. Roberto, I talked about Agni Karma, you know, and he was like, "Wow, Agni Karma is very great, but how we can proceed Agni Karma in Brazil, and why and how we can proceed with the needles, with the surgical procedures like Char Sutra, Char Sarma, and all these things." And Roberto was told that, brother, we cannot touch the patient in Brazil and in US like countries. You have to get certified, and you are just a therapist. As a BMS doctor, you are in India, you are a doctor, but in outside the country, in outside India, in some countries, we are just a therapist. I think that's a main issue. That's a main bridge. We have to break the bridge. We have to make the politicians in. We have to do all the hack things that we can make Ayurvedic medical system in a super specialty form, like Agni Karma, Panch Karma, you know, Ayurvedic surgeries and all. So I think this is a great idea.
So Mohit, effectively you agree that we need to find a common ground. We are not arguing with the actual medical doctors, because we are specialist people who actually have got holistic, Ayurvedic, knowledgeable power that goes back several thousands of years. Roberto, what we can do, we will discuss, Amrita will discuss with you, maybe tail end or following 2025 or something, maybe we can do a retreat in Brazil, because it's a beautiful country, it's a cultural country, it's a happening country, and maybe we can bring in experts into Brazil where we interact with the local media, local politicians, and show them some scientific way and physical way of what do you think, how do you think, why do you think, we can bring it to mainstream. So Roberto, we will be in touch. I will be in touch. Mohit will be in touch. Amrita will be in touch. Other team members of Healing will be in touch. And together, Mohit, let's bring it to conclusion. Amrita, what do you think?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I totally agree with you, Neil Kumar and Mohit's point of view, because he is from Ayurveda and he knows the ups and downs of what can be corrected as well. And it's in line with all the fraternity of Ayurveda who have been believing in promoting it, this indigenous system. And the biggest plus point about Brazil is it's a tropical country. So the wide flora and fauna is very similar
Yes,
to the Indian flora and
the
fauna. And
Indian flora.
therefore, I also have a lot of knowledge about. I know a lot of people who are in Argentina and Chile and and other places. Piracicaba and Sao Paulo itself is one of the big cities in Brazil, where people share their own indigenous herbs and they live with that and they are the part of their culture and food, which is similar to very part of the Indian culture as well. So we can bring these things together and make
So
something new for the global peace.
Amrita,
Yes.
let us take a pledge. And Mohit, you are here. Roberto, you are here as well.
Sure.
Let us plan sometime in 2025. And Roberto, it is your job to maybe help out. Let us plan an inbound retreat into Brazil where we can also include retreat, holiday, and take Ayurveda and integrated health, because Ayurveda and integrated goes hand in hand now. A lot of countries like it. And let us plan out something that will be very beautiful. Amrita will be in touch with you on that, create a group with you, Mohit, and other people.
Sure,
Let's
sir.
go and make it create in Brazil. Here we come, okay?
Yes, we can do. We can
Thanks
do.
a lot.
Stay around, Mohit, Roberto, stay around. We got exciting. Somebody who had attended the GAF 2023, who is next here. She's young, but she's very talented. She did a superb translation. She won the first prize on the papers that were submitted. Amrita, go ahead, introduce Dr. Pooja S. And Dr. Pooja S., global namaste to you.
Global Namaste, Dr. Pooja. She's an MD final year student doing post graduation at SDM College, Hassan, and her work has been a very good work, which has been accredited and acknowledged by the university as well as the Global Ayurveda Festival. And we are really eager to know about it. So, first of all, congratulations, Pooja, for your incredible achievement from all the Healing Our Earth family, as well as all the viewers who have been watching you and know you now, because you will be becoming popular through this platform. And yes, Neil Kumar, do you have any comments? Please congratulate her and then we move over to her. Over to
Yes,
you.
Amrita, before we go to Smiling Pooja, let us show
Yeah.
people what they missed out, because the GAF people actually produced a very nice a video reel for us that we can share to people. So let's share that, and then we go to Pooja, because Pooja was there and she will tell us what she liked and what she not. So please bear with me and go and we share this.
So after the video, we are again back. What a lovely video every time. It makes me feel so good and energized, feeling how Ayurveda is flourishing and blooming, isn't it? Pooja, how do you feel being a student and postgraduate student of a college and then presenting a paper and your work being acknowledged by so many people, getting a first prize among so many presentations? Isn't it wonderful, Pooja?
Global Namaste to all.
Global Namaste to you.
Yes, it was indeed. We were so happy to be a part of such a great event. I would bow down to my guru, Dr. Shantala Priyadarshini ma'am, who has given me this opportunity to share my thoughts here. And I also would like to thank Neil Sharma sir, Neil Kumar sir, sorry, Neil Kumar sir for his, he communicated with me, and especially Amrita Sharma ma'am, you just made me feel easy. And talking about GAF, it was one of the greatest events of Ayurveda that I have attended personally. I had attended one more Global Ayurveda Festival, but I was a UG student then. But now coming back as a postgraduate scholar in my final year with my own research work and presenting it in front of the pioneers there, I feel so blessed and honored to have had that chance to even be a part of it.
Hmm. Lovely. That's very nice. We have Dr. Shantala Priyadarshini, ma'am. Ma'am, your comments for Pooja, for the work and presentation, you must have also seen. We'll be seeing it now as well. Before her, we move to her for her presentation. Over to you. Thank you.
I have been very fortunate to have such a wonderful students. Selected students have been part of my team from a long time. We have been fortunate to be writing many more articles, scientific articles, and then we had been a part, a very big part in Foldscope research, and she was she played a very crucial role in that. So it is not a new thing for me. She has been showing this right from the beginning, and she got into one of the best Ayurveda colleges in Hassan. So I was not surprised. So I'm very happy for her. And of course, and for Dr. Amrita also bringing in the talent in Puja. Okay. Okay, please continue.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, ma'am. You have been an inspiration for me as well. So a double thanks to you from both of us. Moving over, yes, Pooja, tell your experience about Global Ayurveda Festival as well as your presentation. Over to you. The next 10, 20 minutes are yours. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amrita Sharma. I'll be doing my presentation, then I'll be going to the experience that I had in GF. Thank you.
Perfect.
Is my slides visible?
Yes.
Yes. Namaste all. First of all, I would bow down to my guru, Dr. Srinath M. Vaidya, who is the professor and HOD of the Department of Ayurveda Samhita Siddhanta from SDM College of Ayurveda and Hospital Hassan, who taught me the basics like the ABC of manuscript. So my topic was towards a critical edition of the manuscript Kashinatha Paddhati or Vaidyaka Paddhati by Pandita Kashinatha, and to know its contribution to Ayurveda. We all know that to globalize Ayurveda, Shastras play a very important role. To understand it, to understand our science, the basis is the Shastras. We have a handful of books available on Ayurveda, many books in fact, but billions of manuscripts which contain the information of Ayurveda are still to be edited. That is a very sad thing, but the good part is SDM College of Ayurveda and Hospital Hassan has a very well established manuscript museum which has been working since 10 years about the critical edition of manuscripts and many literary research works, which is bringing light towards the unseen or unread manuscripts, which has immense Ayurvedic treasure in it. So, moving on, you can see the picture of Lord Ganesha ji, who is writing Mahabharata. Vyasa used narrated. He also written it in the manuscript. So, what is manuscript? Manuscript is any handwritten document which is minimum 75 years old, which has some significant scientific or aesthetic value in it. So we all read Charaka Samhita right now, but initially it was in the form of manuscript. Even every literature that is available right now, so you can see the depiction, which is a model, just a model, which is in our lab. So to bring that to a book, which has a detailed chapters and index and all those things, there is somebody's work, immense hard work. So the same way, to critically edit a manuscript, I chose a manuscript known as Kashinatha Paddhati, which is also known as Ayurveda Sara, and the author was Pandita Kashinatha. He was basically a Maharashtra based physician. So he has included whatever Ayurvedic fundamental concepts along with the formulations for many diseases, which were practiced by him in 1883 AD. So I was interested in decoding. Before going to the main manuscript aspect of mine, I should really let you all know that manuscripts are present globally, especially Indian manuscripts are available in Britain. Around 30,000 of manuscripts are available in France, Germany, the United States, Sri Lanka, Nepal, etc. countries. And in India, Kerala is said to be the richest state of Sanskrit manuscripts. And I'm really blessed that I got an opportunity to, present the topic of manuscripts in the God's own country. And also it is available in libraries in Pune, the Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute, and also Government Oriental Manuscript Library in the Mysore, Tanjavur, etc. So coming to the work that I have done is I have collected a manuscript which is in the name of Ayurveda Sara or Kashinatha Paddhati with the same name, with the same author, so that the contents match. So I have got two manuscripts which I have done the comparative critical edition, where I had decided the mutual relation and then I did the deciphering, that is word to word reading, and then we presented it into the form of a constituent text. I'll be showing you. See, this is how in the left side, what you're seeing handwritten, this is known as collation. That is, we disseminate each and every letter of the manuscript and we study very critically and we just accept what is right. Sometimes what happens, manuscripts, there were no photocopy machines or Xerox machines previously. So what we had was copiers, like the scribes used to copy the manuscripts which was existed previously. So human errors will occur. So such errors, to eliminate such errors, we did the collation and we prepared a critical apparatus. Then it was typed into a computer and then I got a chance to translate it as well. So when we did this, we got, so you can see this is just a sample folio of the manuscripts. These are the two types of manuscripts. You can see the the handwriting is also very different. So these are the two samples of the manuscripts, which I have given the name DN1 and DN2 because it was in the Devanagari script. So this is how it was, and this is how I made it. Coming to the statistics, if we see, we have rejected around 32% of the errors. I have done the Pata Shuddhi, and among which from DN1, 42% was rejected, DN2, 58% was rejected. And also we call a thing called as emendation, where you find a word which is not appropriate or not suiting the thought of the author. We have to take it out and we have to, filter it through and give a proper meaning to the sentence. So totally we obtained 2,886 sutras. When I edited, it is not a small work, it is a really huge work. With the support of my guide, I just completed it and I have submitted it to the Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. And some of the observations that we made was there were simple insertions like, the errors or the additions that we usually use in writing, like one letter is missed and it is placed just right above. That is one simple insertion, and few pronunciations will be different. The words used will be different. Like for jwara, he used jura. For garbhini, he uses the word gurvini. Like that. Even the scribal errors is human errors. Like while copying, he might have copied an extra letter or a long word. He has crashed, and all those were noted, and it was critically edited, like carefully disseminated word to word, and then we came into conclusion, and then only we got 2886 shlokas. So contributions is the main thing that I would be liking to share in front of you all. Mana Paribhasha is one such things where Magadhi and Kalinga Paribhasha both have been explained, and Nadi Vignana we'll get a very limited number of books which speaks about Nadi. This work has spoken very well about Nadi. It has given a light towards many aspects which is worth reading. Then Dinacharya, Rutucharya, concept of Viruddha Ahara, and what is the proper way of having food and what is not has been explained. And also he has given the terminologies. While we read the current text, contemporary text which is available, sometimes we'll fail to understand, but by referring to these kind of books, you'll get to know what that means. And also some of the unique methods for also rasaushadhi shodhanas have been mentioned. And also he has given an immense knowledge about each and every disease, starting from jwara, it ends with vajikarana. And for everything, it is like in the form of Trisutra. First, he explains the hetu, then he explains the lakshanas of the disease, and then he goes for the treatment aspect. So what I found was very unique and different that I have given a glimpse over here. Coming to the next point is Bahya Chikitsa. He has explained around 300 plus Bahya Chikitsas, like in the form of Lepa or Nabhi Mandala Purana, or Vrana Purana. It is a very unique and different kinds of formulations that you get. They are very simple, easy to apply, and we can use it in daily OPD level. We can practically apply it, and we get immense good results, because I've tried one or two among them. As time did not permit me to practice well, now in further I'll be using all these. So in that, very interesting was Nabhi Mandala Purana with Shunti Rasa in case of Atisara and Shula, Udara Shula, and Godhumadi Lepa in Vatarakta. And in Apasmara, he has advised Snana with Gomutra or Gomaya. And also while cleaning the wound, he has advised Gangeruka Mula Swarasa. So like this, and also when there is a bite, poisonous bite, Naramutra Prayoga is also explained. See, this is not a manuscript which is very old. This is just 1883 manuscript people were using, and Kashinatha has written whatever he has experienced and he used to practice. So these are all practically possible, and research works on these should be done. And coming to the one more interesting topics is Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa, that is explained. In case of Jwara, we all know that Vishnu Sahasranama is advised, even we get it. And also offering prayers to Soma, Surya, Ishvara, and food for Brahmins, and doing Shanti, Homa in case of Abhicharaja and Abhishapaja Jwara. And also in kids, when there is Dantodhavaroga, Abhimantrana is advised. In case of Visha, Shunya Dhyana, Garuda Dhyana is advised. And in case of Unmada, the Japas are advised. And also Pratidvandva Chikitsa is explained, because what is the cause of the manifestation of Unmada? The opposite emotion is used and the treatment is given, there is Adravya Bhuta Chikitsa with amalgamation of Daiva Vipashraya Chikitsa. It is very beautifully explained, and so much of explanation. This is just a glimpse. I've not given an entire explanation. It is available in this manuscript. And also Ekamulika Prayogas were, like the top notch, because it is around 178 Ekamulika Prayogas are explained. Same dravya with different anupana acting in an entirely different system and giving the results according to the physician who has practiced and written. Like you can see Shunti with Ghrita in case of Vata dosha, with Sita in case of Pitta dosha, and Madhu in case of Kapha dosha. And when you give it with Eranda Taila, it works on Vata Rakta, and when you give it with Guduchi, it works on Amavata. The Samprapti for all these are different, but the drug is the same. But Anupana is the thing that is taking to that samprakti and acting against it. So this is a very unique contribution, and along with that, Grita Mandapana is advised in Trishna, and Tambula Patra Lepa and Krimi Chikitsa, and Krishna Tilakalka for Atisara, etc. etc. There are like a lot, and lot is explained. And also one more thing, this is the last part. It is here is a glimpse of formulations that I found it very difficult to understand, because here we can see Mrita Sanjeevani Gutika, which we usually we use Mrita Sanjeevani Rasa, but the ingredients that are explained in this particular manuscript, I did not find it in the regular Bhaishya Ratnavali or other books. When I intensely searched in Bharata Bhaishya Ratnakara with the help of my guide, we found it in the book called as Rasa Chandamshu and Rasa Rajasundara and Gangadhara Rasa in Rasa Kamadhenu. I've mentioned all these formulations because I would like to mention that this is a compilatory work which he used for practice. So he has taken the essence of all the books that were available, like Rasa Chandamshu, Rasa Kamadhenu, Yoga Ratnakara, Vangasena, Rasendra Mangala, and also Charaka Sushruta Vagbhata. All these, the essence have been taken. Like we say, Ojas is the Dhatu Sara. The Kashinata Padhati is the Sara of all the Ayurveda Samhitas that is currently existing. So I would like to conclude my topic by saying that it is a compilatory nature which is compiled by the authors like Sushruta, Sharangadara, Rasachandamshu, etc. And the author told for himself, he just mentioned that he is doing a compilation work. He is explaining around 200 different rogas or lakshanas, 640 drugs, and around 1,000 different formulations, which were practically used in 1883, around 1883. And Ashtanga Ayurveda is covered, starting from Kaya Chikitsa to the Damshtra, Rasayana, and Vajikarana. It holds an immense place to where it explains about both Swastha and Atura. The author has composed the work for a better understanding of the physician or a clinical practitioner. He has also considered the existing relevancy, and he has put his own thoughts to it. And this text is very simple, easy to understand, and easy to apply in our day-to-day practice. And now, whatever effort that I have put for 1.5 years continuously, this was in the form of manuscripts, and this now is available in the form of book. Even though the copyrights are with RQHS Bangalore, but it is really a helpful work which can be utilized by enthusiasts of Ayurveda research and also clinical practitioners and students. This is the manuscript museum that is present in esteemed College of Ayurveda, Hassan, where I learned everything it's related here. I would like to thank everyone to giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on the presentation that I did in GF. And I would like to thank the organizers for their contribution to organize such a huge event. It was so magnificent. It was just not an educational exchange, it was also the exchange of culture. It was very fun. As sir already told, it was fun, it was social, it was like communicative, it was educative in all aspects. It just covered it all. So we just enjoyed our stay in Global Ayurveda Festival. We got to share our thoughts with other scholars of Ayurveda, and we really had a nice time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja. That is so awesome. It's really wonderful. And I think this is the evidence that the world needs to know about. And this is the research where it has to start, because this is the starting point to study new things, what has been hidden, and to translate it and make it in a simpler form. So a really wonderful job you have done. And I think this has opened up one of more chapters in your life and many other people who can do a wonderful contribution from their expertise in the field of research to make this one of the very prominent books as well in Ayurveda that talks about so important aspects, and especially about Ashtanga Ayurveda from the very beginning till the end. So that's the thing that which is required, and really a very good thing and a very good start.
Thank you so
Shantala
much.
ma'am, what are your thoughts and comments for such a beautiful and magnificent work that Dr. Pooja has put up? Over to you. Thank
I
you.
would like to say three things. One is hearty congratulations and very proud of you.
Thank
And
you.
the second one is this is the beginning. You have to continue with your manuscript, and there is one Welcome Institute of Manuscriptology in UK, and that is where you will go next to do your career and do a lot of research work, which is very much needed. And
With
the
your
third one
blessings.
is you have gone to the best place to present the best manuscript, and you have been recognized also. So I'm very, very happy about it.
Thank
And
you so
I'm so
much.
happy that Healing Our Earth is the best platform that we have been able to listen to you. Thank you. And
Thank you
I'm
so
also
much.
very happy with the way Hassan, SDM Hassan is giving you impetus and encouragement. And it is great that you're there.
Thank
Okay,
you so
thank
much,
you.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, very rightly said by Shantala ma'am. You add up glitters to your institute as well as a proud for India to know about as an Ayurvedic practitioner where the evidence stands and how it is very well versed with so many marvelous things and lot of wisdom which is pretty logical, and that's the logic where we need to go into. Very wonderful thing you can work further, and already Shantala ma'am has given you lot of wings to fly on, and
Yes.
hopefully
Yes.
we can see you on some other stage as well very soon to talk about so many things. Keep working
I
on all these things, which is very wonderful. Before you leave, I would definitely like to have comments of Dr. Venkat Joshi as well. Global namaste to you, Dr. Venkat Joshi ji. uh, what are your thoughts about Dr. Pooja's work that she has been doing in her research? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita Sharma, Global Namaste, and then very good encouragement, Dr. Pooja, what you're doing,
Thank
and
you so
your
much.
and your learning, and this is in fact very informative, and as well as we need to have this kind of exchanges of knowledge where from east it's being spread out into the west, and that's the origins, and very good to be into that reputed. Institute like SDM and have this exchanges of your work. And then I insist onto the establishment of Ayurveda should be on the basis of the prevention and healthcare and health promotion, what lot you can do on those grounds. And then that's how Dr. Shantala was mentioning about Wellcome Trust, and also in British Library. There's a huge amount of manuscripts are available there. And this is a small surge of the Renaissance. It has to happen because you see, the time is there where we are limited to the point of the quarter strength of our righteousness. That's the Dharma. Because we cannot go to the out boundaries of if you are successful with the reaching into the 25 quarter level of the healthcare, and that's 100% equivalent to the times where we are living in today. So we cannot just avoid what it is going to be into the culminating diseases, and a lot of challenges, health challenges will continue to be, because this is the Kali era. 3 quarters is challenge and 1 quarter is solution. That's where you will be more concentrating, and then promote your into the positive benefits of global health for global namaste, global meet from this point of view. Thank you, Dr. Pooja.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Your words has motivated me to work harder. Thank you.
So, Dr. Pooja, what are your takeaways from the Global Ayurveda Festival? What did you felt, and what are the two best things that you like the most in the festival? Tell us.
The two best things is, first thing is Kerala food. We just
Okay.
enjoyed the environment and as well as food. But I was kidding. But apart from that, what I took the message, like takeaway messages. One thing is we got to meet with the legendary Ayurvedic practitioners there, and also the scholars, research scholars from other institution. We had a conversation and exchange of our we are doing this work and what is going on there. So we had a very nice exchange of information as well. And also we get to mingle with the stall, we just went through the stalls, which were immensely great, that just made me realize that Ayurveda market is already, it is in the pathway to capture the whole world, because that is so
True.
huge. And that the speakers have also motivated us, the presentations have motivated us immensely to work harder. And whatever we are now, it's not enough. That is what I felt. It's not enough. We have to thrive more to bring out the good of Ayurveda to the world. And it is our responsibility. We are the flag bearers of Ayurveda right now, and we have to take it to another level. And we were immensely motivated. And I really thank all the organizers. It was really a good event to attend. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before we move to Dr. Venkat at UK, we have Dr. Bhairav. Dr. Bhairav, you saw her presentation. What are your thoughts about her work before we move to Dr. Venkat? Over to you. Thank you.
Actually, I got information she is the first and she is the winner in presentation.
Yes.
So I congratulate Dr. Pooja. And you are from Hassan College, Karnataka, one of the best colleges. HDM College is one of the best college in the part of South India. So may I congratulate you first. And your presentation is one of the evidence-based presentation. So in the field of Ayurveda, we need evidence-based practice. If you promote our Ayurveda in abroad, so they need evidence-based. They know all each and everything, because lots of other abroad people are there. So they know every thing regarding our Sahita and all these things. But they need and they want what to do in Ayurveda, how to treat the patient, and what is the exact medicine to treat the patient, and what is the evidence, how much patients you treat before, and what is the dosage of drugs. This is the need of the, as per my point of view, I am not wrong if I am not wrong, but this is the criteria to tell the knowledge of Ayurveda or to spread the knowledge of Ayurveda. This is the criteria in such a condition now. So may I congratulate you again. And Dr. Amrita, you are the master in anchoring. So it is the wonderful presentation, and all the respected dignitaries are there. So all the best for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhairav. That was really nice. Nice of you, and so good to have your presentation as well. So, Dr. Pooja, taking up further with the things as we move on, we will be taking up other people's thoughts as well. And your work has put up a new light, and I think it is one of the inspirations for so many students of Ayurveda who have been doing researches and working forward to have some research and work to get a more better scope of Ayurveda, to see it in a different platform. And in that way, I think there can be around 100,000 presentations as well as research works that can come out from your simple work, I would say. And that's the tremendous scope about it, opening up the new era into so many things that is possible. We have with us Dr. Anurag Pandey from Banaras Hindu University, who has joined us. Dr. Anurag, if you could unmute yourself and please tell us about yourself and the presentation that Dr. Pooja has given. Over to you. Thank you.
Very good evening, one and all presented
Global
over
namaste
here.
To you.
Namaste to all. Right now I am little bit and I am on the way, but I have heard from Dr. Kulkarni. So I thought that to join and meet you all August gathering over here. So first of all, from my Banaras Hindu University, I congratulate to all GAF family for organizing such a wonderful event, which is full of academia. So on the basis of Banaras Hindu University, as well as Ayurvedic fraternity, our oldest school among all fraternity in India. So Banaras Hindu University is the pioneer in various fields like Panchkarma as well as Char Sutra also. So I congratulate all of you for organizing such a wonderful event. Also congratulate to Dr. Bhairav Kulkarni sir for presenting a very nice presentation. I heard about Dr. Kulkarni sir He's a very excellent in Panchkarma as well as Marma therapy and providing a better treatment remedy on to all the patients, including India as well as in Europe also. He is visiting recently in various countries. So, also the Professor Venkat Joshi sir also here. So I respect sir and I pay pranam behalf of myself as well as Ayurvedic fraternity, because you all guys are doing a lot of work to promotion and establishing Ayurveda in particularly Europe, as well as preserving the health, particularly in this COVID era. So I pay my respect to all of you and thankful to the organizer as well as madam who is anchoring. Right now, I'm not aware about her name also. So, and I heard the two last presentation. One was on pain management and another was from a PG scholar. The both work are very wonderful and very excellent as per the academia. So I congratulate the both of them, the scholars as well as the earlier presenter. That I think he is Dr. Prasant. So by these words, I congratulate all of you and thankful to providing me opportunity to interact all the August gathering as well as academic person on this great platform. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anurag, for your thoughts. And now from India, from Dr. Pooja, we move to United Kingdom with the good afternoon. And we have already had some chit chats and his experiences. He has been a great physician as well and is practicing and promoting Ayurveda worldwide and in UK. So let's hear from him his thoughts and more about Ayurveda. Over to you. Global Namaste, and please tell us more about your thoughts on Ayurveda, your experiences in GAF, as well as what can be done globally for the promotion and propagation of Ayurveda. Thank you. Dr. Venkat, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Is it for me?
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes.
Dr. Amritaji.
Yes,
Yes,
it is.
thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very
yes.
much, Amritaji.
It's for you.
Yeah, the thing is, you see, when I visited the Global Ayurveda Festival, and also I'm going to Rajasthan University again in 28, 29, 30, for the conference of pediatrics. And the whole point or is to have challenges or more, but then see the solutions can be very simple. When I say, when we were doing some practicals for herbomineral preparations in Germany, and how adult learning group was very much interested to how these practicals been done. So what it is, the locally available sources, you name any herb from Ayurveda, and it is there in the market in UK. I don't tell so many things because it's coming from the Medicines and Healthcare Regulatory Agency and what it is being approved and what are the products to be and to the over the counter and what are the products where the licensed practitioner can be able to combine and make and one-to-one prescriptions legally being allowed. So we know as an Ayurveda professional, so if it is rightly practiced, any source as it is available in the west to the east can equally be combined to the synergy being built from the compatibility as being raised. For example, I don't talk about much about many things, say for example, even ginger, for example. The ginger as outlet sources available in the UK and Europe and what it is being grown. And coming to the point of this ginger as a grown-up species which is having a less pungent taste over this indigenous variety, what it is, because there are two varieties. Even in India, if you go now and see into the natural collections from the herbal plants resources or being forestations or into the nurseries, and they ask you, Deshi chahiye? You want the Desi variety or the indigenous variety or GM or the modified or hybrid variety. That's a big unfortunate thing because it has happened in the past. It's not quite new. Because when you see the diversity as a means of creation, which is there in the nature, because all these species into the diversity from where it came. And you see, time to time, these species will be evolving, and it was the Sanjeevani before, and equivalent to the Sanjeevani, even in Himalayas, if you are able to find, is available. And believe me, there are so mystical plants still available. And where I was in Sri Lanka, was also witnessing some of the herbs and plants which are giving a high energy, and the traditional way of embracing the trees. And you embrace these trees, and you feel that energy vibrations coming instantly into you from these plants, because the plants do communicate, and plants do have these ecological balancing systems to survive into the wilderness, with the possible strength of healing coming through. And that's how we need to conserve, we need to promote the diversity, which is the most key into the creation in the nature. Elsewhere in the plant, globally, it is available. For example, in the Global Vedic Wisdom plant in the UK, everywhere it is seen in the Kew Gardens. If I go and see in the common areas and to the roadside also, for example, this is like amaranthus plants to the Vastukasakam, Chinopodium alba, for example. So nobody knows that Chinopodium alba is such a wonderful salad plant. Everywhere it is available, but no one eats it. But they don't know about it. But how this Vedic plant from the Vedic wisdom is available abundantly. For example, the Kakamachi, Solanum nigrum, Solanum, the species, red variety and black variety, as a wilder source in Germany, everywhere it is available. And if you talk about local people, and when God says, oh, no, 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 we can't eat that, is nightshade family. Because it is the Solanum dulcomara is the poisonous species, not the Solanum nigrum, which is a clusters of tomato plants for the hepatic, restoration to the fatty liver. And some wonderful fruits richly available. Not only that, the plants as a leafy vegetable into the salads. You cannot cook these vegetables. So once you know the key, how to use those, and it is abundantly available. You name any plant from its sources, even the Celestus paniculatus as a Jyotishmati plant, which is grown into the tropical belt, but you can see wilderly available in the Croatia. So there are so many equivalent species of Ayurveda are grown into the global areas, where this, because it is as it comes to the southern level, and if you go to the north extreme level, the species will be reducing. So we learn this art of promoting and educating and practically showing and then demonstrating for the adult learning groups. In the German, as I said, near Munich, when the learning group was there, we took these 2 species of ginger to show these practicals, for example, to show as an iron-based big vessel we need, and then a calcium carbonate like a limestone we need, and then we need organic whole milk and the sunlight. And there's a wonderful summertime, and this practical goes on embedding these ginger as a whole is embedded into the layers of the calcium carbonate, and then exposed to this organic whole milk, and it started bubbling and effervescence, boiling, and where you can see equation, calcium Ca2CO3 plus H2O, CaOH, and carbon dioxide being released as a means of the heat being produced under the sunlight as an added value for the maturity into the ginger to put into therapeutic qualities. So we have seen 7 treatments as Ayurveda recommends. One treatment is done. The treatment is done when the whole organic milk is being evaporated, and then it started. It's very hot. Even you cannot touch with the hand this iron vessel. So in the sun, and then you take these slices out and wash it out and give a transfer section, and you see the color changes and texture changes, the smell changes, the taste changes. 1 treatment, 2 treatment, 3 treatments, 7 treatments. So the minimum treatments of the 7 exposed into the calcium carbonate as a lime-based organic whole milk under the sunlight is the modification for bringing the therapeutic benefits, where the ginger from the pungentness transforms into sweetness. And that is the key of principles of Ayurveda should be used into a simple preparations, because you cannot just take the ginger on its own, because the ginger is such a wonderful species. If it is given with the Himalayan pink salt, and you have a demulcents are whether you have a sesame oil, whether you have a olive oil, whether you have a coconut oil, whether you have a pumpkin oil, whether you have a black seed oil, and there are so many solvents as a fatty acid based solvents as a natural preservations for the fresh ginger made into a micro nanoparticles, and that's what the nanomedicine is saying. Nanomedicine is in Ayurveda is just chiturating to the extent of this micro particles being break down into the fatty acid media with the presence of the Himalayan pink salt, for example, and that has the ability to check the all enzyme hormone activities which are the most important for the gut functions. So 38 to 30% of this of these enzymes and hormones are being rectified or regulated to the point of the consumptions also. Say, for example, if you are consuming before lunchtime, what is the effect? And so they, according to the vatas, for example, if it is for samana vata, mixing into the food and consuming. For apana vata, it is before the lunch, and for the udana vata or other vatas, it could be after the supper or for the upper ENT problems or the upper head problems. So based on the problems, same ginger is being used in different proportions and then dosages as a food, as a medicine, in different combinations. That is the key of Ayurveda. When you transform this ability into from the ginger to the shunti, and that is reaching into the musculoskeletal level. So you start from the cleaning from the gut level and restore the gut microbiota, and that is the key for immune modulation. Over 60% of these key functions of the restoration of health, any irrespective of any disease, in any conditions, into the chronicity, has to be checked from the gut level first. And that is the key. So just one ginger can play multiple levels of the gut to the musculoskeletal level is the third level of reaching out into the pathophysiology, and then the functional deformity, functional to the structural deformity, even being restored with just alone ginger-based formulations, being added with the castor oil, and then the shunti with the castor oil, and then giving with the demulcents, and then we start functioning onto the cleaning the musculoskeletal system to prevent and also ease up into the chronic conditions of the rheumatoid arthritis. So the challenges are many, to the point of lifestyle disorders, what we have, and then the important thing is about the mind health. This is the biggest challenge ever we are facing in UK, and then we are finding out the solutions which are coming out as a psychotropic formulations, coming with the nutritional value as a nutraceuticals from Ayurveda point of view, to be prepared what it is locally available as a vegetable kingdom, even from the Meninacasa hispida, the kind of this ash gourd, and then you have this fresh ash gourd peeled off and then get the juice out of it, and this juice is being even fortified to the point of organic cold pressed honeys, which are coming from bitter honeys, from the Portugal honeys. So there are so many wild varieties of the honey as a means of supplement to bring the therapeutic benefits for the blood-brain barriers, as to restore the calmness or to the quietness or the stress to the strain level to the main. How this is what Dr. Gangadharan was talking about, the evidence as it needs to be from the build-up from the practice-based evidence. Practice-based evidence is a promotion of the traditional richness of the values and practices, and elsewhere is being connected now with the Global Center for Traditional Medicine established in Bharat, in Jamnagar, under the WHO leadership, Tedros, and that's what the Tedros has said, that whole world is looking to Bharat, and whole Bharat should be disseminated into the rest of the world for distributing, understanding, connecting the education values of all these traditions, being integrated and promoted for their practices. That's where the collecting and connecting, because Ayurveda is, everything is there in Bharat. Only the thing is the implementation task, because out of greediness, out of selfishness, out of commercializing our systems, we are diluting our values coming out from the quality of its nurturing values in the nature. We are not encouraging this diversity and ecological balance into the afforestation or researching the Ayurvedic medicinal plants. I mentioned in Kerala said that every institute in Ayurveda should have the conserving and then sustainability of these species which are being particularly used into the day-to-day basis of the hospital dispensary. That's what I have done in Kopa when I was there in 97 for the AIDS patients. Even you would not believe that the AIDS center, Jayan Damodaran, who was supporting me in the Global Ayurveda Festival in Kerala, who facilitated me with the Gangadharan, and he acknowledged my initiation of these cancer AIDS patients, full-blown AIDS patients in those times. Because the Manipal Academy of Higher Education even started referring the AIDS patients when multi-drug therapies or highest costly medicines not dispensable to the many people, and then they come out and they were dying. And then symptomatically, there's a lot of benefits being found when a serendipity struck with the 200 plus species which are available in the fresh garden. And that is what the intuitional ways of selecting the herbs and making concoctions immediately into the early morning for dispensing these patients. They were all worried, and the sisters and the hospitals. But then you can see, you can even the running train of this pulse and high temperature and vomiting and diarrhea. And this the whole disturbed full-blown AIDS patients restored back to the calmness, and then reducing the temperature and taste and eating food and swallowing in the even the big melanoma where it was blocking the whole mouth, it's coming out and he was not able to swallow anything, that has also necrosed and fall off with these natural freshly available vegetable medicinal plant sources. So if I start talking about just simple Tinospora cardifolia, because Tinospora cardifolia recently in UK, and there was an issue for the cancer liver patients, for the liver transplantation and coroner from this King's Cross, they ruled out and said that, you are taking this natural supplements or the Ayurvedic interventions. That's how the patient have died. But the patient could have died with this tertiary development of these cancers, but Ayurveda is being blamed. Whether it was the Tinospora cardifolia being used or whether it was the Tinospora crispa being used, that's the reason why which is the species from where the source is being collected for making these supplements. That's the biggest issue where we are facing with the species identity to the promotion of this particular Guruji being used, even full-blown AIDS, what I tried in Kopa. Because if the Tinospora cardifolia being found onto the neem tree, and there is in different trees, and now even the twining, you see, the Dakshinavartini, Vamavartini, whether it is twining like this or like that, can also make the therapeutic benefits being different. So we have to believe into this astrological means of Karma Vipaka Siddhantas in Ayurveda being established, the directional value, the source value, collection value, time value, and that is all this horoscopically or astrologically we collect these medicinal plants, and that's what the divinity into the practices which are coming out honestly. And you start talking with the patients, the herbs start dancing in front of your eyes. That is the biggest level of Siddha practices anybody would achieve into the heart of this core of this healthcare system. So this evidence-based, this evidence has to be built up with the practices, and those practices to be enabled by the law and in establishment with the department to department. We are much trying to have these direct talks with this health secretary from our health ministry, where these non-invasive methods of protocols of healthcare in NHS should be restored back. If you have like a 1 year, 2 year contract basis of these youngsters from Bharat should be represented. And you believe me, even like conditions like a chronic cystitis patient, there are so many young patients in UK are suffering with this cystitis, being flared up with these stress conditions. We have just treated only with the Shirodhara, no medicine at all. So that is the power of Ayurveda. If you start just treating onto this forehead with the neuro receptors which are present into that area, with the warmthness, the height, the quantity, the timing. This is the key into the practice of Shirodhara, where you can treat these patients with this chronic pain suffering with this cystitis. There is so much to talk about. You can start practicing with the simple things, but it's all coming from the 30 to 40% which are coming from the vegetable sources or the spice food sources as a food, as a medicine source. You will not believe the lot of celebrities, and they started now understanding. And then we go to the farms and into the recently in the Lodi Gardens, I went to these farms and then said that what is the specificity of these indigenous cows? What is the Kathiawar cow, Girnar cow, Dangi cow, or this Pongunur cow? And there are 27 to 30 species which are left indigenous cows, where you can improve the quality of these dairy milk products, where the medicated ghee will be the use used source for the therapeutic interventions in Ayurveda. Arjuna Parna Prabhrutiyam, Mashaparna Prabhrutiyam. So practicality of its implementation, that is what needed. The higher society, when it is started understanding and following, and they have to. Fortunately, there are only very few celebrities who are really telling about this importance of these quality standards to be maintained, and that is the way we are trying to promote, where the believers of Ayurveda has to be evidenced through with the convincing level of the practices coming through from the food as a medicine or selective sources. So India has rich diversity, and elsewhere this diversity of these health practices from traditions should be followed each country, and this international pharmacopoeia meetings in regularly in Geneva are supporting for this cause, and that's why we are all working for it. Thank you, Dr. Kolako is here, my guru, my teacher, my mentor, and as well as a rheumatologist, and who has as an evidence for us to understand and how many patients he has referred to me for these non-invasive methods such as food as a medicine, lifestyle medicine, personalized medicine, nutritional medicine, gut medicine. You talk about Dr. Kolako is doing me from the Middlesex Hospital, who is rightly over here. Amrita, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Apologies for
Thank
coming
you,
in late.
Doctor. Yes, no worries. Dr. Venkata, I would simply say nothing but just marvelous. This is marvelous talk. And why it is marvelous? Because it doesn't talk about the patients who have been cured. It talks about simple life. It talks about simple plants. It talks about simple things that Ayurveda is about. It talks about the very basics of how our flora and fauna is our lifestyle and how we can preserve it. And that is what Ayurveda rings the bell globally everywhere. And yes, I could see Bill Smith smiling, I could see Sharon smiling, and let's talk to Dr. Kolako. Over to you, Dr. Kolako. Please tell us, and
Very
thank you.
sweet of you to include me. I'm apologizing for being late and missing Venkata's report and feedback from Goa, and I'll speak to him sometime and catch up. But my kind of position and role really, and I hope Madan Tangavelu's on this as well somewhere, and he should contribute. But I've learned so much from Venkata and our exchange of a few patients, and I've learned a lot of other detail from Madan Thangavelu in terms of the background of Ayurvedic uses. And at one level, having had many decades of experience of Western medicine, you can feel a bit of a fool for overlooking a lot of this information. And yet, in the West, we're not generally exposed to it in that way. And we've got a history, and I think this is something that I can contribute just in our recent learnings, that there is a history of herbal medicine for every society. And this is what fascinates me. As a question to you as a, illustrious group of teachers and researchers, the concept that came up in discussion the other day was, for instance, we have West African, let's say tribal, shaman-led beliefs in various herbs and bark and other uses of natural ingredients. We have South American usage, which led us to cinchona and to the psilocybin and stuff that's been, absorbed into Western medicine. We've had British, let's say, willow bark aspirin leading to the development of aspirin. We've had right in Birmingham, in the middle of the UK, some old herbalist taught William Withering in the 18th century that they could cure heart failure with 30 ingredients. And this is my question to you. This is the complexity that comes up. So even in herbal medicine in the UK, there was a practitioner in the 18th century using 30, herbs and curing somebody of heart failure. And William Withering, being a trained modern, let's say, ish physician, observed this recovery and said, wow, that's better than me and my leeches and whatever else he had available. What's in it? And then he puts the scientific, is the first case of the scientific approach to
what's actually in there that's important. And he gets it down to the foxglove. And from that, he gets its digitalis lanata, it's called. And from that, we get digitalis. And then for a couple of centuries, it's been a leading drug. Now, it's herbal in origin. It was developed as though modern pharmaceutical companies might do. We have other examples, and I'm currently using a lot more of colchicine, which is from colchicum. So whether you call that herbal, whether you call it British herbal, whether you call it Ayurvedic herbal, really doesn't matter. My question is whether there is any knowledge or any super level of understanding of how local branches of Homo sapiens, so South Americans different from, let's say, Southeast Asian, would we, as Southeast Asian, go and chew different tree bark naturally, historically, we're going back 10,000 years, would we have found different drugs in different plants to suit our genetics? So is the pharmacogenetics of Ayurveda different from the pharmacogenetics of West Africa or the pharmacogenetics of South America? That's the question in terms of unveiling the complexity. And is it necessary for Southeast Asian to have this combination of 30 ingredients, but actually for somebody in the UK, developed on, may not necessarily need that subtle combination. What suits them is just taking the digitalis, take the main ingredient. Just a thought. It's that complexity that can diminish the power if there's not good understanding. You with me? I'll leave that to the discussants. Venkata?
Yes, sir. The thing is, it's very difficult when you separate these active ingredients because there's coexisting, phytochemicals. And Dr. G.B.K.S. Prasad, who has done a lot of work in Jivaji University, and that's how the building of that. We don't know how in Sanskrit, paraspara samyogat, paraspara samsparshat, paraspara avagahat, paraspara sanniveshat, paraspara anupraveshat. These are the Sanskrit words they use for this complexity of this multiple level of this how systemic main active ingredients with this called secondary alkaloids or secondary metabolites which are being supporting into the role of the playing in harmonizing and balancing the harmony the balance of the bioenvironment is being created, and that's what the healing promoting self-healing is being promoted. So that's why it is very difficult, as the Gangadharan was talking about pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics, to mention about from this complexity of these molecules which are actively being supporting each other to build up that synergy. And that is what the wise and wisdomness of these natural healing systems being promoting. So the key factors of this combination should be understood. Whether there may be a two-side combinations, Ayurveda used, as I mentioned, like ginger and Himalayan pink salt, is only two ingredients. But there can be one ingredient as well, like, for example, Indian gooseberry, for example, amala. But then how this one ingredient can fortify when you start getting this powder from these matured Indian gooseberries and you start getting fresh juice from the Indian gooseberries and start triturating it. So the same one herb in the dry state to the wet state being fortified, and that's what the synergy is building up. That's what is Amalaki Rasayana. So this just one Indian gooseberry. So similarly, the combinations of one or two or many, as Triphala, for example, three herbs, and that is what we need to understand how they build the synergy with the compatibility being raised from the fresh state to the dry state, or being continuously mixing, or being the vehicles, whether it is a water solubility, lipid solubility, or it can be just condensed, because the extract form of the water solubility or the fatty acid solubility or alcoholic solubility. That's what Ayurveda wisely used, the asavarista preparations or the oils and ghee preparations to the ghana preparations like water extracts preparations. So that is the key. And laboratory, when you use it, ethanol or methanol, whatever the alcoholic media for separating the active ingredients, they start producing this adversity into the other systems. One system may be responded, targeted, and another system may be not holistically being into that coverage of this response. That the bioactivity may be changed. That's what
Thank
my
you.
understanding about
I,
complexity.
I agree entirely. This bioavailability is what you're pointing out, and I think that's so central to it. And obviously, the combination, the historic, but the different preparations and access to different brands, let's say, even of commercially available things, and it's the novice's lack of confidence, let's say, as to say, well, try this, that, or the other from different ones. We are dependent on you as experts with the experience, and that message has to come through. And with the researchers now coming through, I think it's going in the right direction, and it's much. Well, it's at the moment it's as confusing as molecular biology to me. Put it that way. but the blending of both will be useful. I'm sure. But we have a contributor here.
Thank you, Cecil. That is wonderful. What you have mentioned is very thought-provoking. We require a big session on this. And basically what you are saying, why did we miss out on natural remedies? And why do we rely on the current allopathy medicines and all the pharma companies? So it's a very good contribution from you, Cecil. You are part of Healing Our Earth. We need you to be involved in the white and blue papers we want to create for the local governments. Stay around, Cecil. Let's just go to Dr. Prasad. Before we go to Dr. Prasad for his comments, Sharon, global namaste and welcome. And shortly, we'll be going to our guest contributor in USA, Bill Smith, who is smiling there and ready to hit us with a slight touch of difference with Tai Chi and Qigong, which we always like as integrated health. So what we're going to do now, we'll take a comment from Dr. Prasad, who wants to make a comment, and then we'll go back to Sharon and Bill, and we'll wind up correctly. Cecil, thank you very much. You are part of Healing Our Earth. Dr. Prasad, your comment, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Just I would like to add what respected Joshi sir, responded to Dr. Polako's query. What we observed is that I have been working in this area only at Jivaji University, Gwalior, India. As you move towards the purity, and if you identify the active compound and if you purify, so no doubt the efficacy of the compound increases, but at the same time the toxicity also increases. And I think many of us know that there is no single allopathic drug without side reactions. So that is all because they're all the pure compounds, either synthetic or derivatives of the natural compounds, and they are used for a longer time, and no doubt they exert the side effects also. But in case of Ayurveda, as pointed out by Joshi sir and Dr. Gangadharan also, there are multiple ingredients are there. And these multiple ingredients
accessibility shortcuts.
The approach of Ayurveda is a holistic approach. It is not pointed towards a single target. So the presence of different components in the mixture, definitely they would help. One thing is in bringing down the toxicity, and also in targeting the multiple organs, because every organ is very closely integrated with one another. The impact of one organ is seen on the other organ also. So that way, and of course, as pointed out by Dr. Gangadharan, the pharmacodynamics and pharmacokinetics is possible if it is a single molecule, a single compound. But with multiple compounds, it is not at all possible. That is one thing. The only thing is that now the Ayurvedic system is also adopting the developments in modern science, and we are using different ways and means also, like, making the nanoparticles. That is one approach we have been using it also. And we prepare the extracts and make the nanoparticles, and that is addressing the problem to a larger extent also. The efficacy of the formulation is increasing from 10 to 25 fold, and also without any kind of side reactions. So I think that way, I think the crude preparation or partially purified preparation works better in terms of efficacy, as well as the in bringing down the toxicity. So that is what I would like to say. But I am very happy that I could not participate in this Global Ayurveda conference. Earlier, last time when it was organized in Thiruvananthapuram, I was there, and a fantastic experience. Dr. Gangadharan, he has been organizing for the last many decades these conferences, and fortunately, the Ayurveda is being recognized outside India also. Many people are appreciating it. The only hitch is that, again, as pointed out by many other speakers, one is the issues, regulatory issues which are to be addressed at the government level, state government level. That is one thing. And second is, of course, another is the quality of the formulations. That is very important. And as such, in tropical country, as pointed out by one of the earlier speakers also, I was listening. For example, in India, we have got 6 different agroclimatic zones. So if you work out the profile, the bioactive compound profile of one particular, herb or a tree grown in different climatic conditions, you will find differences.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad. Thank you very much for your contribution. It's a big subject. We'll have you back again in our Ayurveda episodes. And as you mentioned, as have Cecil said, and also Dr. Venkata, nature is the correct way of remedy, and Ayurveda can be the gateway to it. So thank you very much. And now we move from India to UK to America, where we've got smiling Bill Smith, who is going to bring a touch of difference from Ayurveda to Tai Chi and Qigong. Amrita, introduce our Sharon, our smiling senior host from USA, and she will introduce Bill Smith. Over to you, Amrita. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Let's welcome Sharon, our senior host, as well as a regular contributor, a very marvelous dancer, as well as energy healer, and a lot of wonderful, magnificent qualities she has with her kitchen gardens, as well as so many arts. So, Sharon, I feel so good to see you because you look really very pretty with this black over you. And I could see you smiling when the talks were there. And even Bill Smith taking a change from the talks of Ayurveda in a different zone, as altogether from India, jumping up from UK to moving to US now with the good morning, glorious mornings at your place, and talking about another glorified healing technique, which is Tai Chi and Qigong, which also integral, I think, believes on the energy medicines and the energies that body holds and how it heals. So we have the master with us. Over to you, Sharon and Bill Smith. So thank you so much. Thanks
Thank
a
you,
lot.
Amrita. Global namaste to you all. It's a pleasure to be here as always from Crestone, Colorado. And the last talk was really, really deep and really filled with knowledge, and the correspondences, that's what I look at, multicultural correspondences, and the correspondences between Ayurveda and traditional Chinese medicine, the love of nature.
Yeah.
That's like at the heart of it all. And, we
Yeah.
live here, Bill lives here in Crestone, up here
Oh.
it's called the Shambhala of the Rockies up here. and we live in nature, beautiful, beautiful nature, where we can, we grow a lot of our own food, as you said.
Yeah, and Indian gooseberries as well. So many. When Dr. Venkat was talking about it, I was just looking at you and thinking about the chutneys you prepared. So yes.
And this relationship with nature, it really, really helps in healing and releasing stress. And I'd like to bring in Bill. We're going from the intellectual into the experiential, and Bill is
Sure.
going to be giving us a Tai Chi exercise, as well as telling us about a free gift he has for us, which is always wonderful. And
Wow.
so welcome, Global Namaste, Bill.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I was really happy
Global
to be
Namaste,
here.
Bill.
Thank you.
I'm going to introduce you now. Sifu Bill Smith is a professional Tai Chi and Qigong instructor with over 30 years full-time teaching experience. His unique teaching style brings modern relevance to these traditional arts, making Tai Chi and Qigong accessible to everyone. Bill is a senior disciple of Grandmaster David Chin, an instructor in David Chin's Xintian Wuji Qigong Association.
Very good. Thank you.
Let's start by, what was your experience of this wealth of information that just came to us about herbal medicine, Ayurveda?
I found it absolutely fascinating, that the idea of that cross-cultural, which herbs and which regions work, and the inspiration, where are we getting that divine inspiration to say, hey, if I alchemize these things in these ways, how can I make a superior medicine out of that? And where does that come from? And then how one culture can grab a certain types of plants from their region and they put them together and they get a very specific compound that's good for healing or consciousness expansion. And in another region, they're grabbing different plants from their own region, they're putting them together and they're getting those same compounds. I think those kind of ideals are super fascinating. The thought that ran through my head that unifies this with the Tai Chi and Qigong and an internal movement experience in general is that there's a fundamental mechanic, there's a fundamental set of principles that kind of work cross-culturally to bring people to these realizations and to be able to use these medicines in a super effective way. And so the same is true of Qigong and the internal movement world. Tai Chi, Qigong, Xingyi, Bagua, Luho Bafa, all these arts are wide and varied and individually are somewhat very complex. But on the fundamental basis of principle, they start to unify and become very much the same.
Yes, that's what we're healing our earth. I believe, we touch on so many cultures. The foundation is, of course, the ancient Indian culture, yet we bring in information and knowledge and teachers, etc., from all over the world in all different disciplines. And the beauty is to see how we're all connected. And, one plant in one region will have a relationship to another in another region, and also how the plants were brought from place to place.
Yes, and I feel like that's kind of the same with these internal arts. We have the culture of origin. We hold up the Chinese culture of the past, I call the recent past and the distant past, and where those things came from. And to just a quick point of just a point of departure here, real quick, is that the Indian culture has a long history of movement arts, martial arts, and all those came through. And that's exactly where the Shaolin system in China gained its roots. The monk Damo, we know as Bodhidharma, came from India to Shaolin. There was already a set of Buddhist temples. The Shaolin temples were already established. When he came to India, he found the monks had been meditating fairly exclusively in their temples, and because of that, they were having some issues. And in seeing those issues, he set himself to a specific meditation and came up with these two classics, the marrow washing classic and the muscle tendon change classic, which became the foundation of what we know today as Shaolin martial arts, which are once again a worldwide understanding. And so everyone's heard the name Shaolin, and so it started with its roots in India. Now, the internal schools, the Tai Chi schools that came from the Taoist system, I think we could put a pretty good argument that there was roots that go back to ancient Persia, but really that's one of the other reasons that we call these systems internal, as that they were birthed within the inside of China, and so those, and then eventually all those schools met. So we have the Taoism, the Buddhism, the Confucianism, all kind of became a solid set of philosophies within the Chinese culture. As a Western practitioner, I'm just going to just put it out there. As a Western practitioner of these arts, I'm not Chinese, and I'm never going to be Chinese. But I can take these things in, and I can understand them at a deep level within myself. And I feel like that's finding and meeting the principle, meeting the fundamental essence of the teaching, allows us to gain deep insight. I used to be very fond of saying, it's like, oh, well, you can't teach what you don't know. And now I've modified that. I say, you really can't teach what you don't embody. You can teach about something a lot, but to really transmit it, you have to embody it at a deep level. And that's the embodiment of principle, the fundamental principles, is really how we make progress in these arts. And that's to me where the cross culture, where we've defied the confines of culture, and we're going into a larger aspect of being, and that's where we start to meet ourselves. In the variety of cultures and the variety of peoples, we have a commonality, that commonality of being, and that's a beautiful place, I believe.
And that is what we really need these days, with all
Indeed.
the insanity going on, to find the source, that source awareness that our dear friend John Milton talks about, and in the Dzogchen teachings from Tibet, that it's that finding that essence, that divine essence, that's beyond all the karma and the maya and all of these things. And that's what these practices are so beneficial for. Really finding that essence. And also Tai Chi, Qigong, it gives you a physical, there's so many layers of it, but the movement, like you were saying, they were sitting and meditating, but they really needed the movement and the grace. And I believe that, grace is something really powerful. And these teachings really bring that to us. Many dancers I know, like myself, that bring in Qigong and Tai Chi find a whole new level of their art. So you have some practice for us, correct?
I do. I've there's such a host of practices, but I have some very simple things I want to discuss and get us to do. And part of that, if you have the ability, you can either just listen along, you can sit in your seat and practice with us in that direction, or you can stand up and join us. I'm going to stand, and I can move back here, and you'll get the whole of myself in the picture. Oh yeah, there I am. This is great. Welcome to my studio. and just a case to point, you were mentioning, my home is situated on the corner of Graceful Way and Graceful Court, which is kind of this is a very Crestone kind of thing. And just real quick, you mentioned John Milton. I had the great fortune of meeting John Milton in the mid-1980s in Bisbee, Arizona. And I studied in his Tai Chi school there for about 5 years. And then continued on with studies with him, coming here to Crestone summer after summer, year after year, through his advanced guide training. So I got that real deep connection to nature, and then to meet nature as the teacher. And and just to work with that. So in then 1993, I met Grandmaster David Chin in North Carolina. He was in Fayetteville at the time, and really, when it came to Tai Chi Chuan and the Qigong process, he took what I had already and really put it into the stratosphere. So I followed Sifu Chin around from that point forward until when he passed in 2020. Bless him. And I thank him for his continued inspiration. And so, so to that end, I just going to go over a really simple centering exercise, and then we can, it's the kind of a foundation place that I always say, you know, people say, what's the difference between Tai Chi and Qigong? And my pat answer is semantics of Chinese language. So when I say I practice Yang style Tai Chi Chuan, I've said, if I say that in Mandarin, which I will not, I've said something very specific. And if I say I practice Qigong, in the West, that would be the equivalent of saying I practice medicine or I practice law. And I've said something general, but I haven't said anything very specific. So that's when someone says to me, oh, I practice Qigong. First thing out of my mouth is, great, what kind? And just to see if they say, oh, I practice spring forest Qigong, or I do 8 pieces of brocade, or I do swimming dragon, or I do I Jin Jing. And so then I said something specific. And so that Qigong world, that Qigong term is the gong for your qi. You know, so if we say gong fu, which is basically a formula that means effort over time. And then so I say qigong, that's the gong for my qi. That's my exercise of my qi, or the cultivation of qi. So I had a great mentor and the scientist, Philip Callahan, Dr. Philip Callahan, mentored me for a short time, and I learned so much about my environment and my body. And one of the things I like to put in is that he would go around with a digital oscilloscope, and he would measure the electromagnetic frequencies in our atmosphere. And we'd show us when we approach a tree, how those frequencies would change. And he would say, oh yeah, this is why when you walk in the forest makes you feel healthy, vibrant, alive, and peaceful. And if you go to some place that's all paved over, it can make you feel agitated and stressed. And so, but then the other thing he would say is that we live in electromagnetic jello, and that the most sophisticated antenna, transmitter, receiver, bar none, of electromagnetic energy is the human body. So all of the Qigong and the Tai Chi and the internal movement, honestly, I'd probably go on to say the yogas and everything from around the world really are about tuning our antenna to specific frequencies. And when we can do that, the healing energy we require is around us all the time. There's no place, no time when it is not. And you know, we say Dr. Callahan would say we needed the filter of REM sleep to bring in the regenerative frequencies, right? So so we want to change that dynamic a little bit and be able to bring that in a kind of a waking state, and that leads us towards our moving meditation, our meditative equipoise within our practices, which allow those frequencies to come in and to nourish and regenerate the human body. So we'd also have these great discussions how in one posture in Tai Chi, you say, oh, this is good for your kidneys, but another posture is good for your lungs. You say, oh, you're changing the shape of your antenna in the medium. Of course, you're getting a different, you know, one's channel 2, one's channel 5. And so these are great ways to practice. So we're going to do a little tuning of the antenna, and it's going to bring us, let's say, a 2-part centering exercise. So if you got the space to do it, let's give it a shot. So we're going to bring our heels together, and our knees are just loose. Right? No, nothing. There's going to be 3 points in the body that we get increasingly familiar with. The first point is at the very top of the head. I like the idea of being suspended from above. Whether it's a silk thread going off into the center of our galaxy, or a piece of logging chain to the nearest rafter, whatever you need to see to allow yourself to feel like you're suspended from the top and your skeletal frame can hang down without collapsing. Next, we come down to the lower abdomen, and this whole lower body region, the sphere of the lower dantian. In this instance, in relationship to this hanging, this might feel somewhat pendulum-like. And then just below At the bottoms of the feet, just below and to the inside of the ball of the foot, is a point we call the bubbling well. Some people from acupuncture will know it as the K1 point, the source point of the kidney meridian, which is a dominant channel in the legs. Here's what we're going to do. First part of the exercise is all about letting go. And of course, we know this is our long suit. And so we'll give it a taste, right? So what I'm going to do is ask our active, controlling, descriptive mind to take a wee bit of a vacation. And eventually I'm going to ask you to close your eyes, but don't do it quite yet. And what I'm going to do is let that mind relax. Eventually you will notice, very quickly, you will notice that your body begins to sway or spiral of its own accord. And with your eyes closed, what I would like you to do is to relax into that movement, that natural movement that's arising, so completely that you take a little step, right? Just let yourself just go. And with your eyes closed, it'll feel really sometimes mildly disconcerting, and your body, your toes will grip or your body will tense, and you'll see, that's meeting that resistance. All right, so we're going to do this. Let our active, controlling, descriptive mind take that wee bit of a vacation. I can feel that hanging, the pendulum-like center, bottoms of my feet connecting with the earth. Yeah, I let myself go. I feel that natural movement showing up, sway by sway, spiral by spiral, and however it goes, I just take a little step, and I just want to feel that. We'll do this a few more times. If you've come off your feet easily, great. If not, don't worry about it. This isn't a test. There's no right or wrong. It's a set of experiments. Active, controlling, descriptive mind takes that vacation. And we can feel the body release. Do it one more time. All right. Good. If you've had your eyes closed, if you've been participating in this way, come back, open your eyes, and join me again. Our feet are still in this heels together, V-shaped position. Knees are still loose. And so I'm going to ask a series of questions. So if you felt that movement show up, and it was movement that you felt you weren't causing, you were just letting show up, we call it natural movement. So that natural movement showed up and started to move our body around. And if we just let it go unchecked, it had the ability to pull us off of our feet. So from an internal perspective, we want to say, hey, what is this movement? Where did it come from? And moreover, is there some way I can unify or harmonize with this movement that's beneficial? From that same internal perspective, we'd answer that this movement shows up as the non-verbal intelligence of your body's center. And it's like someone speaking to you in a language you don't understand. So it goes a little crazy, but it's still powerful. So it can actually knock you off your feet if you just surrender to it in that way. So then we want to ask ourselves, once we have to, okay, we got this idea, the non-verbal intelligence of my body center. So is there some part of my being that can speak the same direct experiential language? So we use a term in our Tai Chi, we call it the E, spelled Y-I. It translates pretty good as intent. There's a common usage of it. I like the phrase feeling awareness. It's the part of us that we either turn inwards or extend outwards to feel the world around us. So when we meet that E, that's kind of the go-between between ourselves as a formless being of pure awareness and our five elemental self as a human body in the physical world. All right, so and we do that through our feeling state. That feeling awareness is super important. So we're going to put those two things together and set the experiment and just see how that changes things in our immediate world. All right, so here we go. We're going to do that same thing. The eyes can close. That verbal, active, descriptive, controlling mind can take a wee bit of a vacation. This time, as you notice that movement, swaying by sway, spiral by spiral, however it's showing up for you, this time we're going to use our feeling awareness to feel it falling in the direction of gravity, falling in the direction of the weight feeling falling down into the earth, and just see how that goes. See what you notice. Now we can, if you feel like you're going to come off your feet again, don't stop it. Just enjoy the release. We can always shut everything off by tensing up, we're masters of tension. We want to become masters of relaxation. So here we go. We're going to let that verbal, active, descriptive mind take that vacation. This time, as soon as that natural movement shows up, we're going to feel it falling through us, falling down into the earth, sway by sway, spiral by spiral, down, down, down. And just see how that changes things. See how it's different. Let's let this roll for a few moments. Your eyes have been closed. Let them slowly open. Come back a little bit. Now, that might have been very different. I can tell you from my own experience, that was very different from the letting go part. As soon as I can feel that weight feeling falling down, it's that natural movement showing up, and I participate with my own intent. I shape that relationship through my intent and allow that energy to continuously move downwards in the direction of gravity. What I noticed inside myself, to match your own experience, is that inside that movement still continues. It might even seem like it gets quite rapid, just going around and around and around. But on the outside, a lot of the superfluous movement disappears, and I feel very calm, very relaxed, and I've achieved this wonderful place we call being centered. And I've established then, to use another technical term, a relationship with the central axis. And really just in more overt, simple terms, how am I between heaven and earth, between gravity and the earth today? We have this force, gravity, that we labeled, that's a downward flowing energy. And then, and I want to, if I'm pushing back or blocking it or lifting against it, then I'm creating a different type of experience. When I release that, I can shape that experience. Gravity no longer becomes this all-encompassing downward blanketing pressure. I render it into a single vertical tube. And I say, if gravity's inherent nature is to flow downwards, then by all means, right through here, that's where it can go. I give it that place, and then my relationship with that energy changes. Inside, I can still feel the natural movement, but on the outside, I can have, it's not spinning me out and it's not pushing me off my feet. In fact, I feel quite grounded and quite stable. Because of that, then I've kind of cleared the decks, and I've released my attachment to the struggle with gravity by pushing up against it. And I can hear the subtle whispers of the upward moving force. The term levity, coined by Victor Schauberger, I call it the growth force of nature. Right? It's a particular force that goes opposite gravity all day, every day in your whole life. You used to be this tall, now you're this tall. A small acorn becomes a mighty oak. If gravity was all fire powerful, then we'd be really flat, wide beings in a flat, wide world, and that's just not the truth, right? So this force of the levity, the growth force of nature, goes opposite gravity, and in fact, these two are very complementary. So we have the down and the up going together, and where we want to be in between is relaxed and is comfortable, right? So we use these ideas of these principles. And I will say, in my work with John Milton and many of my beautiful teachers, my Sifu, my Grandmaster Chin, they would list out many, many principles. And I find that it's easy to make a distinction between what's a principle and what's a method, right? And so for me, I've boiled it down to 3 essential principles. And, one, I did that so all us internal practitioners can agree that these 3 principles are fundamental. So the first one is called Sung, to embody a relaxed awareness, right? We're simply relaxing. Second one is called Ting, or Ting Jing, listening energy, translates pretty well. I like to say this is the development of kinesthetic listening through your feeling states, and the development of your E, right? That feeling awareness. And the third principle is called Dung, T-U-N-G, translates pretty well as the word understanding. I like to say the awakening of our non-verbal, non-linear intelligence, or the awakening of our center knowledge, or our inner knowing, that gestalt past anyone else's understanding or teaching or anything. You know it for yourself, right? So we relax, so we hear so we can understand, we understand so we can relax further. And these three principles guide our practice and roll over on one another again and again and again as the years of practice go by. Now, these ideas, hanging from the top of the head, letting go of the sternum, opening the lower back, draping the shoulders, opening the joints, etc. These are all methods that support the embodiment of the principle. Right? So we're going to take this idea, because once we're here and we've established this basic verticality and we're comfortable with it, then we're going, okay, so now I want to move, I want to change. So we're going to expand our exercise to include this idea. So I'm going to open my feet up. I'm going to give you a little trick, and I hope you can see this easy. If you put the heel of one foot against the ball of your other, the widest part at the front of your foot, and you put your heel against it, lift up real high onto your toe and give it a little spin. That just creates the hip width channel for you. That's your dimension. This goes into your shoulder assertion points. I should be able to look through you and see these lines drawn through all the way through your body. All right, so we have that straight track, and we have our feet in the right spot. Toes are pointing forward. Whole body's relaxing. And we feel our breath relax into the lower abdomen. Great. So from here, we're going to feel that verticality passing through us as effortlessly as you possibly can. And the handle for that verticality is here at the lower abdomen. So I'm going to let that verticality, that vertical flow, and the feeling associated with my body's weight move over. And I'm going to let this hip, the area of the quad or the inguinal groove, fold. And I can relax. So I can tell, like, if my foot's rolling, I'm pushing towards the outside, I know this joint's not relaxing quite well. I just back off a little bit until my foot stays flat and even. I also don't want to feel any rotational shearing pressures in the joint of my knee, because it's essentially a hinge and not a rotational joint. So I want to feel this turn. My nose and my navel stay together, and I'm pointed to about the 45. And in this, I've let this side go. And I would say for most of you, don't worry about being able to pick this leg up. I just feel like I'm not holding it up and it's not holding me up. I'm all my weight's down here on the bottom of my right foot. And I'm going to turn and let that movement move over and go all the way over to the left foot. In this, I want to keep my nose and navel together. I just want to go back and forth. And what I want you to do is just allow yourself to have a little bit of rhythm with that, to where your arms start to swing free. The nose and navel connection allow us to keep a unification between the upper body movements and the lower body movement. My arms just hang and dangle. I'm not trying to move them in any specific fashion. If I'm doing this portion right with my lower body, the turning from this wheel area, we say from the bottom edge of the navel to the top edge of the pubic bone all the way around, that's where my movement's from. I can still feel that vertical flow, first through one side, then through the other, following that weight shift, that fundamental movement. This creates this action. If I'm getting this well, I'll notice that the inside area of my wrist will strike just below my navel, and this part of my hand will strike my coccyx, my sacrum, and tap. And they should tap equally, kind of like a Tibetan drum. Back and forth. Let's get this to swing free. This exercise, when you're practicing it well, one, it works this lower abdominal area, and moreover, the largest distribution of lymph nodes in the entire body are down here in the pelvic floor. As we're folding into one side, opening, folding to the other side, we're squeezing that lymphatic system, giving it a little push. This also boosts our immune function, flushing that lymph. Underneath my arms is my next largest distribution of lymph nodes. And we got the arms flopping along. So we start to feel that. This is a very slight movement. And when we start to do it for a few minutes, if you notice that your body begins to perspire, this is not an uncommon thing. So we're kind of wringing our lymph system a little bit. Also, with the breathing relaxing into the lower abdomen, we're stimulating the abdominal aorta, which improves the circulation all the way down to our toes and the tips of our fingers. We're also stimulating from an acupuncture or internal Chinese medical standpoint. We're working with what we call the beltway channels. So the large beltway channel right here across that portion of the body, the wheel area. So this exercise falls into a category that I call difficult in its utter simplicity, because really there's so little going on that all of us happy modern humans are pretty strung out on our complexity, that we might find this super challenging. Or we might find that our mind begins to wander and we start thinking of other things and we get up here a little bit in our head, and next thing you know, our arms are wrapping way around our body. Good indication that I'm moving from my upper body instead of my lower. Now I bring that back and just let my arms relax and flop. Really, the weight changes and this joint relaxes. We use this term, the KWA, K-W-A, describing this region of the lower body, the folding area of the hips. So to continue, we can add. We make it simpler by giving ourselves more to do. And so we're going to add in then the arms and the breathing. We're going to do it very purposefully. So as I'm moving, I want to feel as I'm shifting, my arms peel open and my arms float up along the line of my body. As I arrive onto this side and get there, my arms are at the top, my hands fold over, my thumbs stay relatively close to my body as I exhale all the way down. As I turn and shift, I'm inhaling, gathering in fresh, relaxed energies. Exhale, washing through my whole body. Washing through all that tension, stagnations, obscurations, might be the seeds of future illnesses, just washing it all away. Inhale, gathers in fresh, relaxed energies. Exhale, washing through. Inhale and exhale. So I have my weight shift, body rotation, arm lift, and inhalation all meet at the top. Exhale, washes through. Inhale and exhale. Inhale, gathering in fresh, relaxed energy. Exhale, washing through my head and neck, shoulders and arms, torso and legs, out the feet into the earth. Inhale and exhale. Enjoy the feeling of that. Feel your arms floating up with the breath, washing through. Feel that vertical axis shifting sides, so the weight energy is falling through one side. And switching, weight energy falls through the other side. Inhale, fills the whole body with fresh, relaxed energy. Exhale, washes through. Inhale and exhale. Maintain that nose and navel connection. Feel ourselves folding, gently folding into the hip joint. Inhale as we switch, arms are floating up. Exhale, washing through. A couple more passes. Time we're following our inhale in, wherever you are. Following the exhale all the way down. This time we come back to the middle. Do one more gather. And washing through. Hands will pause here at the lower abdomen. If you feel any moving energies, reconvene into this lower abdominal area. Arms relax to the side. And we can shake out one side and then the other. Grand. All right, thank you. So that foundational practice, go ahead, Sharon.
That was so beautiful and so relaxing.
Thank you, thank you. This exercise, when you receive the gift that's going to be put out, we'll be using this exercise in a very specific fashion. This is an exercise. I'm going to tell you a brief bit about its history. I was in a training with John Milton, actually, many years ago, at a place called Pine Jog in Lake Worth, Florida. And our task, John had tasked us with, is going out into this nature preserve and to find a tree and just meditate with the tree. So that's what I was doing, meditating with my tree, and I was there, and it was good. It was good, but it was starting to get a little long, and I just kind of got the inspiration. It was like move, So I just started, kind of moving a little bit just to wiggle myself out, get this, the holding posture out of my system, and then I just started naturally moving my arms around where the tree was, and the tree kind of was like, yeah, just keep going. And so I feel like this Qi Kong we call bear gathers Qi to match our swinging bear from the Chen Man Ching system. It's a gift from a tree, literally a direct teaching from nature. And I've been cultivating it ever since. And I really super enjoy. I feel it's a super foundational exercise. It gives us an excellent point of departure. Great.
That is lovely. And it really connects back to the Ayurvedic teachings on nature and that relationship with nature and the tree. So
thank you, Sharon. Sharon, thank you for bringing wonderful Bill Smith, Smiling Smith, as I call him from now. He loves what he's doing. I think William might be here. He might want to make a comment before you close off as well. So William, if you got anything, please go ahead and share with us.
Yes. Well, one thing, Bill, that was beautiful. Bill's I've been teaching Tai Chi and Qigong for over 30 years. That Bill Smith is a great teacher. And yeah. And one thing, as you guys were just talking just now, I just had this idea that popped into my head. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite all the teachers, all the Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, mindfulness teachers all around the planet to submit like 15-minute lessons. And then we can put them up on the Global Transformation Project page. And then if teachers go to that page at some point, they'll be able to go through these and get some ideas on how they can incorporate local mind-body teachers into their public education system. I'm so glad you were here today, Bill. That
thank you.
Really popped in my head.
It's a great idea. Bill Douglas, it's a joy to have you back. And I know we want to have you have an update for us about your progress in the Global Transformation Project. And I know you were recently speaking at Harvard, so we'd love to hear about that and anything else you want to share with us.
Oh, thank you, Sharon. Yeah, thanks so much for having me back. This is really beautiful. And I was thinking, we just got a chance, we just got invited to do a presentation on the Global Transformation Project at Harvard, and also on World Tai Chi Day as well, and the expanse of Tai Chi and Qigong around the planet. And so that was very exciting. And then we just got an opportunity last week to speak about the Global Transformation Project on Coast to Coast AM radio. So we were able to reach about 3 million people with the concept. And so it's gaining steam. And we've added some great scientists to the project. Dr. Kim Berthy from the University of Virginia, Perceptual Studies Department, which is doing incredible work. And they should be on every television network program, but they're not. So we bring them on and talk to them to get this information out. But I was thinking about kind of explaining how the Global Transformation, our World Tai Chi Day and the Global Transformation Project came into being. And it really started in my early 20s. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I think it's relevant to what everybody's going through on the planet right now. And that is that, over the last few years, we've all gone through a lot. And there's kind of two worlds that are going on. There's like a mainstream media culture that's very frenetic and very divisive and very fear-based. And then there's the real world where everybody lives. And the science that we've collected, the formation of the Global Transformation Project was a result of collecting 40 years of science on mind-body practices like Tai Chi, Qigong, meditation, yoga, and mindfulness, and also on human consciousness. And the more you learn about the science of our existence and who we are on this planet, the more beautiful humanity becomes, and the more beautiful this planet becomes. But the mainstream culture, and we're so in it because of social media. So it's like we can't get away from it. It consumes so much of our time, and it gives us a really distorted perception of reality. And so I connect with more people during a week than most people do, because I teach a whole bunch of different Tai Chi classes in hospitals and different places. And so I kind of have my thumb on the pulse of, what's going on in popular culture. And the thing that I've realized coming out of all the stuff that we came out of is there's a real deficit of hope and possibility for the future. And so that's why how World Tai Chi Day and the Global Transformation Project formed is relevant to what everybody's going through. Because I went through something about 40 years ago. And what happened was within a period of just a few months, my mother, and I was only in my early 20s, my mother passed away, my father passed away, and then my youngest son passed away. And I just kind of started going into just a chaotic downspin. And then at some point I realized, I don't want to go out this way. I just don't want to go out this way, with this hopelessness. And so I just started throwing myself back into meditation and Tai Chi and Qigong and yoga and all these things that I had been exploring before this series of tragedies hit. And then what happened was one night I had this cosmic samadhi experience that was just massive. And I had this huge expansion experience. And what happened was the night before, I did something I hadn't done since I was a little kid. And what I did was I got down on my knees next to my bed and I put my hands together like that. And I said, I need to know why I'm here. I need to know why we are here, because I ain't getting it. And then I laid down and I started meditating. And then while I was meditating, I fell asleep. And then at 3 o'clock in the morning, I remember because I looked at the clock, at 3 o'clock in the morning, all of a sudden I was sitting up on the end of my bed. I have no idea how. I realize now what was happening was I was having an out of body experience, but it didn't feel like it. It just felt normal, like who I am. But anyway, I was sitting on the end of my bed, and this voice, this communication came through, and it said, "I am about to show you what life could be like." And this light lit up in my heart, you know, in the middle dantian, the heart center, and then the upper dantian in the, you know, in the mind. And this light just expanded out, and it expanded out way past the earth. And I was looking down, seeing the earth get smaller, and I had the same experience that astronauts have. I've read so many astronauts that have had exactly the same experience. They look down at the planet Earth, and all they see is just one big ball of potential and love and connection, and it changes them forever. Edgar Mitchell ended up creating the Noetic Sciences Institute because of an experience like that he had in space. And what came out of that was I started writing. It was like this voice said, "Write." And so I started writing, and I wrote a big stack of stuff. And and I got to the point where, you know, this went on for months. And I was just in this extraordinary state, and where I just felt connected to everybody, and people felt connected to me too. It's like they would talk to me about really personal things, you know, people that I'd never met before, and it was really beautiful. So, but anyway, this stack that I'd been writing, it got bigger and bigger, and and then I started doubting it because I was a shipping clerk at the time, and so I was going to give it all up, and then so I was coming home from work, and I was just going to I was just going to go home, change clothes, and then go to the bar and just drink, which I hadn't done since this experience had happened. And then I got a call on the phone, and it was my sister calling from Kansas. I was in California, and she hadn't called the whole time I'd been there, so it was really weird. And she called, and she said, "Mom came to me in a dream last night, you know, her mother that had passed away a few months before. And she took me into a white room, and there was a stack of white papers. And she started flipping through the papers, and she said, 'Look what Junior's been doing.'" And so, man, my knees started shaking, you know, because I'd been doubting all this writing, and nobody knew I'd been writing. I'd never been a writer. And so I didn't want to ask her for details because I didn't want to screw this up, because it felt so cool thinking that Mom had been watching, and I'd been doubting all this, you know. Anyway, so I said, "Well, what was in the papers?" And she described it. And one of the things that she described was that he's writing about things that are showing how important children's innocence is to the planet right now, to the planet. And you know, that whole experience that we had with Bill Smith, I mean, that was just an experience in just childlike innocence. You know, my grandchildren, they do stuff like this, just like he was talking about, feeling the trees and being a bear, you know, all these things. And so what I realized over these years of collecting all this science, because that was the beginning, that was when I started collecting all the science after that. And one of the things, Dr. Bruce Lipton, he said that we're in an alpha brainwave state up until about 7 years old on a regular basis. So what that means is that we're in a meditative state for about the first 7 years, and then we start to lose touch with that. And the loss of touch with that is the reason and the source of most of the problems in the world. And so, you know, as I'm collecting the science, what I start to realize is what Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, and mindfulness do. Where the magic happens is when we go into that alpha state. You know, when we go in, Bill was talking about, you know, the state of emptiness, you know, or non-being. I can't remember the exact terms, but it was very eloquent, however you put it. And then when we go into that state, that's the alpha brainwave state. And these techniques, the science behind these 5 techniques that have been cultivated over thousands of years in India and China, and now spread all across the planet, thanks to the Maharishi and the Beatles, and also the Kung Fu series. And so anyway, if we can help children not lose touch with that alpha state, and not lose touch with the magic of our existence. And when you look at this science, you realize that our existence is incredibly magical and pregnant with incredible possibility. And so all this led to the organizing World Tai Chi Day. And so it was an idea that came to me in a meditation, and then finding a way to get the media to report the science on mind body. And so we realized Tai Chi is so visual. And so the idea that came to me was, you get as many people as possible in a public place doing Tai Chi, and the media won't be able to resist it because it'll be such a spectacular visual image. And then when you get the microphone, then you tell the public about the science. One of the things that drove me as well was the night before my mother passed away, I loaned her a copy of the Tao Te Ching, just so she'd have something to read in her hospital room. She was having an angioplasty the next day, just regular procedure, not a big deal. But anyway, the next morning, we all went in there, my whole family, and the doctor came in, pulled his mask down, and he said she didn't make it. And man, the whole room just collapsed. And then my sisters went in her room, and they found, to get her stuff, and they found that Tao Te Ching, and they gave it to me. And in it, she wrote a note. And she said, I wish I could go back a few years and learn the arts of relaxation that Junior was trying to teach me, because I so would have loved to have seen my grandchildren grow up. And with everything that's been going on with the whole planet, a lot of people have been checking out. There's the suicide rate's been gone up, depression rates are up, anxiety rates are up. And these things, these mind-body practices, and I'm sure everybody that participated with Bill just now, they realize this stuff can, be the antidote for those kind of things. It gives us this whole new perspective. And so that's what led, my mother's note spurred me to eventually, create World Tai Chi Day. And it spread to 85 countries, 22 US governors officially proclaimed it, the National Congress of Brazil, the President of Croatia, the Chinese embassy, the Indian embassy. I mean, it just goes on and on. And so all that came, and that's what gave me the confidence to realize that we could pull off the Global Transformation Project, which is a United Nations resolution advocating mind-body education, the science-based 5, as a part of public education worldwide. And it wouldn't be mandatory. Any country could be out of it, any school, any student. We always recommend when we do public education things that there's a study hall or something that kids can go to if they want to opt out, but nobody ever does. We only had one kid walk out, and it was really sad that he did when he came back, because all the other kids were like in a state of awe, like we have that experience after we do things like this. And and then in 2015, the United Nations passed the International Day of Yoga resolution, creating the International Day of Yoga, and it passed with a record number of co-sponsoring nations, 177 co-sponsoring nations. So the world is ready for something like this. And we're not going to go through the UN bureaucracy. We understand the challenges of bureaucracy. We're going to go to each individual country, UN mission around the world. We're going to contact the premier, the president, the leader of each country. We're going to contact the head of their education department, and we're going to contact their UN mission. And we're going to start collecting co-sponsors. What we want at globaltransformationproject.org is 100,000, at least 100,000 signatures for the petition for this, so that when we go to these officials, they'll see that there's people behind this. But really, we feel like we ought to be able to get millions of signatures. I'm kind of dumbfounded that we haven't gotten that already, because when you look at how many people do yoga, how many people do Tai Chi, how many people do Qigong, how many people do meditation, how many people do mindfulness, how many groups are there out there? David Lynch, Russell Brand, all these different people that have millions of listeners. They should be getting people to sign this petition. We should walk into the UN missions with 1 million signatures, and we could change the planet. We can get mind-body teachers that are in cities all over the planet, because that's what World Tai Chi Day showed us. We're all over the planet. Bill Smiths and Bill Douglases and Sharon Roses, we're all over the planet, and it's all in place. And so the local teachers are there. They're ready to go into the schools and share this wisdom with these students. and this could all happen, and we could re-establish this childlike innocence that's so desperately needed on the planet.
It's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. I'm very aware of what's going on in the universities right now, because I have my mentor, Maida, who's been on Healing Our Earth, is going through some difficulty. You know, people are not allowed to touch each other, even in dance, unless they say, "Is it okay if I touch you? I'm going to choreograph this."
I just touched
each other.
I just touched 2 of my Tai Chi students yesterday for the first time since the lockdowns. Yeah, it put everybody, I mean, it's abnormal. Human beings should be touching each other, you know?
Oh, it's like essential.
Yes.
And the lockdown really had a very profoundly difficult and
it was massive. It was a massive slam on humanity. And so the Global Transformation Project offers us, it's a long-term plan to take this, because one of the things the mainstream culture or mainstream media culture does is everything's urgent, everything's a crisis, everything's the end of the world, and nobody has time to think in a long term. And if the mind-body community can get behind the Global Transformation Project, and we can go to these people with millions of signatures, we can do this. We can do this. So we've had some contacts with the Indian consulate here in the United States in the past, and we didn't have time to pursue those at the time, but we're making contacts.
So Bill, just because you were not there at the starting year, today we had the world's biggest Global Ayurveda Festival organizers, where yoga is also the part of it. And yoga is something that we started in 2006 globally with Swami Ramdev. So you can be part of Healing Our Earth, which you are, and Sharon will be in touch with you. That's the whole plan, what we're planning from next year. We should be planning something in America where Sharon will become one of the leads there. She's working on it already. So it will be beautiful, and we can integrate Tai Chi, Qigong, the yoga, integrated transformation, because which is very important. It actually has a synergy in what we are talking about. So we'll be in touch, and you have always been a regular resident supporter for Healing Our Earth. Let's take it forward so that within the next 3 to 7 years, we create the correct white and blue papers. Yoga, as you know, is accepted now almost by every developed country or non-developed country, except only 20 are missing. And they're missing simply because they don't have infrastructure. So the Ayush Ministry of India is going to support them. The member of the Ayush Ministry of India are also the producers at Healing Our Earth. So we bring it forth and we multiply, and in one of the next sessions, maybe in January, we talk more about it. We can then share through social media some of the work, Bill, you've been doing for last at least 7 years very vociferously. And so we can integrate Africa, India, the other non-American countries, and also some of the companies are very interested because they are part of B2B. So it all falls in line. It's important that we get the media, the government on the side, like how we're done for yoga. So Ayush Ministry is the same person, the same Prime Minister Modi, who is now promoting well-being wellness. And one of your memorandum actually falls within that. So we'll be in touch over there. Sharon, time for us to wind off now with you and Amrita. Bill, keep on smiling. I love your smile, Bill, and keep on spreading Tai Chi and Qigong very well. And William has got a comment before we wind down with Sharon and Amrita. William, go ahead.
Neil, any of the officials in India that are involved in expanding yoga and mind-body, if you can get me in touch with them, that would be extremely helpful. I actually have a big gift for India. The International Day of Yoga, the media called it World Yoga Day, but they didn't call it World Yoga Day because the URL for World Yoga Day had already been taken. And I had actually reserved that many years ago because I saw a vision of expanding mind body beyond World Tai Chi Day to World Yoga Day, World Meditation Day, and so on and so forth. And so I have a gift for the Indian government. I'll give them the
domain,
World Yoga Day domain.
Yes.
But I need to talk to them about co-sponsoring the Global Transformation Project. So these officials that you have any contacts with, if you can get those to me, that could be a huge step forward for this thing.
So we'll make it happen. Next year is election year in India. Nobody will pay attention to us till after August, wherein later, if you ever visit, and Sharon is planning to visit India next year, Thailand, you will be able to meet the main man himself, the man who actually supported Modi. That's Swami Ramdev, who made it happen. You'll be able to go to him directly. In fact, his main personal, Colonel Dheer, is actually in America. And he's the one that I first coordinated with. And as you know, the whole media which was talking in 2006. So we'll make it happen. It will be beautiful.
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to be connected with all these folks if you can make that happen.
Yes,
and
yes, we'll make it happen. Healing Our Earth is already on its course. It has actually set itself up a 3 to 7 year target. This kind of things doesn't happen just overnight. You will be able to go directly to the person, but because Colonel Dheer is in America, maybe even earlier next year, you can meet up with Colonel Dheer. Sharon might be sharing some news within 2-3 months, what might be happening in America itself, in your not very far from where you are. So it will be beautiful. You might be able to meet Colonel Dheer directly because he's in States.
That would be fantastic.
One of the right-hand men for Swami Ramdev, who is currently the yoga lead. Then there are lots and lots of other Himanshu Mehta, Dr. Miki Mehta, who are all part of Healing Our Earth, who are leading in quite a big way. Maybe we can bring them to America with a convention that you might help Sharon plan. From there, we can just boost it up. So we need to go through the right channel. Yoga has already taken off. We can make transformation, take it off that. Master Delpe in Philippines is already expanding with 3 retreat center. Again, he's part of Healing Our Earth. He was in India just 2 months back, where he actually met the healing team, and they are now setting things up via television on an OTT platform, which is the best way to go. So Bill, there is lots to talk about. We just need time on our side, and we will all be in touch, and you will be involved.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, and if India ends up being one of the early co-sponsors of this, to get it into public education, they would be responsible for changing the future history of humanity. And for everybody out there, you can go to globaltransformationproject.org and you'll see the supporting groups like Healing Our Earth there, but you can sign our petition and then we'll keep you updated on this as it develops. Globaltransformationproject.org, and then you can share that link with other people and ask them if they've signed the petition as well.
Yes, let's get that going. Bill, you are missing out on the news because you were on my WhatsApp and you are no longer in my WhatsApp anymore. So you're not
WhatsApp is
all the news. And it is only through WhatsApp that we share all the group messages because we can transfer files very fast. So Smiling Bill Smith and Bill Smith and Smiling Bill Douglas over there. William is also a complete part of Healing Our Earth. And we move to Smiling India there with Amrita and Smiling Sharon at America. You can just close off so we can just finish. And wonderful. And thank you for your contribution. Over to you, Amrita and Sharon. Please.
Well, before we go, Bill Smith has a free gift for us. And so I want him to tell us about that. And then if you could send it out, the link on the WhatsApp group, that would be wonderful, because as we've experienced, his teaching is very beautiful and will benefit all of us.
Thank you. So if we can share, Bill is not on my WhatsApp, Sharon, so you will have to forward that.
I will.
We can forward it to other. Bill, go ahead if you can.
Great.
Just mention what you wanted to.
Yes, that free gift is a little 5 organ element meditation it uses the foundation of this exercise that we just went over, kind of got a little introduction to, and we take that exercise and we employ visualization and we work our way through our organs, kind of harmonizing the 5 elements within our system. It's a very easy to access practice. So I hope you all enjoy that. You can always go to my taichiuniverse.com and you can get an email. You can, I think you can also receive that free gift there as well. And then I have a Tai Chi Universe YouTube channel, which I will say that I've been remiss in putting up recent videos, but there are some videos on there. And Tai Chi Bill Smith on Facebook. That's how you find me. And I'm here with Sharon, and we're in the beautiful micro world of Crestone, and in this blessed area with these beautiful 14,000 foot tall mountains right in our backyard, and a community built around spiritual retreat centers. So we're doing it out here for sure.
And we love your
micro
Sharon.
world. Thank you,
here.
everybody, for inviting me. Thank you so much.
We love your micro world there, Crestone, because we have been through so many people in Crestone, through Sharon. We have seen Crestone through Sharon's eyes, her farm, her vegetables and fruits that she grows, and Ram Loti's place, and so many other people. So thank you very much for joining Bill Smith, William Douglas. Sharon, over to you and Amrita.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Been wonderful to have you, and it's been a wonderful day. And thank you, Amrita, for your
thank you, Sharon.
warmth, your diligence, and all that you bring to Healing Our Earth.
Thanks to you for so much of love and smiles that you bring from the other side. And I was just imagining we both are black, but from the opposite parts of the world, but our hearts are so close, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah, and it's really lovely to have Bill Smith as well as Mr. Douglas, who had been sharing mind-body healing and their enthusiasm about healing people and spreading these kind of things with the approach to heal everyone is so beautiful. And let's combine all these things and join hands together to bring us beautiful word for everyone and our future generation as well. So that we can leave the legacy of wealth, of beauty. And so the next coming episode, we would like to invite everyone to join us for post COP28. That was in Dubai. We'll be talking about that. And Sister Jayanti from Brahma Kumaris will be the main speaker. So you can join us on 17th of December, 2023 at 2 p.m. GMT onwards. So looking forward for your all blessings to all the viewers, and seeking your love makes us feel so good, and we bring so many good episodes, and we'll be bringing it as well in the future also, as the new year is coming and the Christmas Eve is coming. And so let's work on further, isn't it, Sharon? What's special you're going to have for the Christmas before we close this episode?
What special are we going to have? I don't
Yeah,
know
anything
yet.
special you haven't planned anything special at Kristen for the Christmas?
Well, right now we have the Winterfest going on.
Okay.
Yes. And then we may be taking a trip to do some filming down in the gorgeous Arizona, in Sedona, Arizona.
Okay, that's lovely.
So Amrita, just to tell you, next week, of course, we are having post COP28, and Sister Jayanti, who is the additional director of the Global Brahma Kumaris, which are in so many countries, and she's part of Healing Our Earth anyway. She actually attended the COP28 as a senior attendee. And Aneta, who is here, she is in Dubai at the moment. She can even tell us about the few of the speakers who are there. Aneta, global namaste to you and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Yes, namaste, greetings of peace. And I'm very happy to be with you. I think it's my first time, but I hope not the last one. And yes, I'm sending you lots of love from Dubai, where still the COP28 takes place. We are quite engaged in so many activities. As the Brahma Kumaris, we have had more than 50 programs in the last almost 2 weeks. So we do our best to spread love and good vibrations and share our spiritual knowledge to all delegates at COP28.
Yes.
And yes, thank you so
Anita,
much. Yes.
Anita, Sister Jayanti will be, we call her Didi Jayanti now because so
yes.
as well. She is actually going to lead the COP28 at 3 o'clock GMT, which is the British time, the Greenwich Mean Time. And you have been very efficient in very fast organizing Sonia, Shantanu, Valerie, Priyanka, who will all go with the different aspects.
Yes, yes, we will be very happy to share our experiences and insights with all of you. And we have quite a big delegation this time here, so because we try to make a difference in many different areas. So yes, our delegation is led by Didi, and Didi will be with us next week, but Didi also asked other members of delegation to join. So in this way, we may be able to give a broader perspective what has happened here and what next.
Absolutely, and Sister Jayanti is such a good organizer. She brings a total aspects and broad spectrum of every big event she attends. And Anita, you've been very fast. Just within 48 hours, you've organized everything. So congratulations to you as well for bringing in a good team to us. Meet Sharon, who is the senior host and reporter from America, who will be the last slot, and meet Dr. Amrita Sharma from India, who is the anchoring host as well. And she will be there as well, and you can also communicate with her. Stay around. Shortly, we are going to go offline and we'll still have a chat. And over to Amrita and Sharon, can you please finish with a nice prayer and thank everybody. Thank you. Over to both of you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Yes, Sharon, let's have your Durga mantra for finishing this beautiful episode.
Durga. Okay. Durga. Okay. Well, how about my Durga Kirtan? Let's have a little of that. Okay. Da din din da da din din da na din din da ta tika the gonna da din din da da din din da da din din da ta tika the gonna Durga Durga Kali Durga Jai Jai Ma Durga Durga Kali Durga Jai Jai Ma Durga Durga Kali Durga Jai Jai Ma Durga Durga Kali Durga Jai Jai Kali Durga Jai Jai Kali Durga Jai Jai Ma. Yes,
beautiful.
We need that
Beautiful.
divine
That was
feminine power these days.
Purely awesome, Sharon, purely awesome. Very nice. You even saw Amrita was swaying there. You know, she was really enjoying herself over there. And so let's wish everybody a very good night, good morning, good evening, wherever they are connected from, to Healing Our Earth next week. Remember, post COP28, where you will learn what happened, what's going to go, the way forward, how we can make a happy, greener world and